Hello and welcome to the inaugural Training Day event. Now, we've got a few minutes before we officially start the event, and before we do, I wanted to run through a few poll questions with you out there in the audience. So I appreciate everyone participating in these polls. I'll share the results of most of these polls with you so you can see how you stack up with your peers. But I want to do a little bit of warm-up here, get some feedback from the audience. So in the slides window, you should see an easy question, hopefully, to answer. And it just says, what is your industry vertical? And we're curious to find out who out there in what industry is interested in data protection and disaster recovery strategy, the topic of today's training day. Now, with this industry vertical question, you may need to scroll down in the right-hand side of the slides window to see all the options. Or you can actually just click Maximize on that slides window, and it will fill your browser window itself with the slides, or in this case, the poll. And that might be good to do for the future because we have a lot of architectural diagrams, things like that, that you might want to see in more detail. All right, looks like some good responses are coming in. I appreciate all those. The event start time is rapidly approaching, so I better share the results of this with you. And take a look at that. 16% healthcare, 27% technology, 7% finance and banking, 9% manufacturing, a good representation of state, federal government, local government, higher education. Thank you, everyone, for answering that poll question. The next question on the screen here, this is the second of three. And that is, how many people work at your company? Should be a pretty easy question to answer. All right, looks like most everyone has responded to that one. Let me share the results. And take a look at that. 15% are from 10,000 plus employee companies, 20% from 500 to 1,000, 18% from 100 to 500, all the way down to 9% at small companies. Thank you, everyone, for answering that poll question. Good to see all different sizes of companies are represented on today's event. And then last poll question here before we kick it off, and that is, what's your time frame for updating your existing or selecting a new data protection or DR solution? Is this something that you're actively looking to update? Or do you not have a DR or data protection solution in place today and you're looking to implement a new solution perhaps? I'd be surprised if there are very many companies out there who don't have plans to update their DR solution, because it seems like DR solutions are something that just constantly needs tweaking and updating and improving in some way. All right, looks like most everyone has responded to that poll question. Thank you, everyone, for answering those polls. We really do appreciate it. That helps us to make the event so much better and learn about the types of people and IT professionals who are attending this Training Day event. So really appreciate that. And with that, let's kick off today's event. Hello and welcome to the Training Day. This is a brand new event. This is the inaugural Training Day event. So thank you so much for joining us on today's special Training Day brought to you by Actual Tech Media. The topic of today's Training Day is architecting a data protection and disaster recovery strategy. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to sponsors from Zerto, ClearSky, and Veeam for presenting on today's event. I also want to thank our special trainer who will be doing the primary presentation on the event today. That is Mr. David Chapa of the CTE Group. You'll learn more about David in just a moment. But first, I have a little bit of housekeeping that we need to cover. Now, we at Actual Tech Media, we created the MegaCast and EcoCast event series, and the Training Day is a brand new addition to our event lineup, and we really hope that you enjoy this event. This event is going to be different from those events in the sense that you'll receive much more training on the Training Day event, perhaps than other events that we do, because we bring in experts in the field, experts in the topic, for example, data protection and disaster recovery today, to present multiple hours of training on the training day events. And that's where we hope that you'll gain the most value from this independent training from an expert in the field. And we hope that you see a lot of value in that. Now, on today's event, you'll also hear from 3 solution providers in the area of data protection and disaster recovery: Veeam, ClearSky Data, and Zerto. Each of them will speak for roughly 20 minutes, followed by a live 3 to 5 minute Q&A session. You'll also hear from Mr. David Chapa, a disaster recovery expert, and I have down that he'll be speaking for roughly 2 hours and 40 minutes. So a ton of awesome disaster recovery and data protection training will be seen, watched, enjoyed on today's event. Now, just a little bit of information that you need to know about the console and the flow of the event here. We'll have prizes. I'll talk more about the prizes and how to be eligible for those prize drawings in just a moment. Questions. I'll have a few poll questions throughout the event, just like we did in the event warm-up there. But we also have a questions and answers box. And while our disaster recovery expert, David Chapa, won't be verbally answering questions today, he will be electronically answering questions, and so will our experts from Veeam, Zerto, and ClearSky Data. So we encourage you to use the questions and answers box there to ask as many questions as you like, and we'll be answering those questions just as quickly as we can. Sometimes it's tough with hundreds of questions flowing in. I will save the best product questions for the verbal Q&A with each of our solution providers today. So make sure you keep those product questions coming in, and then also keep the questions coming in about the content that you'll be learning about on training day, and David Chapa will be answering those as best he can. We also have social. We want this to be a social event. So at the bottom of the console, we have a Twitter icon there. You can tweet directly from the console. The hashtag for the event today is Training Day on Twitter, and I'll be following that hashtag. I'll be tweeting about the event as well. And then finally, resources. In the handouts tab, just to the right of questions and answers, you'll find a number of handouts or website links from each of the sponsors that will be presenting on today's event. Now, prizes, we have 4 $100 Amazon gift cards. We'll be announcing those at multiple points throughout the event. You can actually see the event agenda down at the bottom of your console. There's a little icon that kind of looks like a sandwich or a hamburger. If you click on that, the full event schedule is on there, and you can also see where we will be announcing the gift cards on the event today. Now, the requirements to be eligible for the prize drawings are that every winner must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. We do that to prevent fraud and also to ensure that we comply with the IRS rules and regulations. We will reach out to prize winners after the event to deliver your gift card via email. Full prize terms and conditions can be found on our website, events.actualtechmedia.com. You can also find a link to that in the handouts tab. Now, through these events, we've donated thousands of dollars to charity. If you win a prize today and you'd like to donate it to charity, we would love to help you do that. Now, the hashtag for today's event, like I said, is Training Day. I'll be tweeting about that over on Twitter. I'll be using the hashtag. I hope that you will too. Again, you can tweet directly from your console. You can follow Actual Tech Media and follow David M. Davis, that's me, over on Twitter. We've also been doing a lot on LinkedIn lately. All of our latest and greatest content is going to LinkedIn, so make sure you follow us on LinkedIn to learn about everything in enterprise tech. And finally, on the top right-hand side of your console there, you see icons for LinkedIn, for Facebook, and our YouTube channel. You can use all those to subscribe, and also subscribe to our 10 on Tech podcast over in the iTunes store. And finally, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. David Chapa, data protection, disaster recovery guru, veteran in the industry, training author, book author, consultant, and it's a pleasure to have David on the event today. So without further ado, let's kick it off. Take it away, David.
Hello and welcome to Disaster Recovery Data Protection Foundations. My name is David Chapa, and I will be taking you through the training today. A little bit about my background. I have been in this industry for just a little over 30 years. For the last 20 to 25 years, my focus has been strictly on data protection, disaster recovery, and business continuity. So I hope at the end of this training that you can take away some of the things that I can share with you and use them within your own environment to develop and drive your own strategy and planning for disaster recovery and data protection. Now let's look at the agenda for this training. I'll go through an introduction and purpose. I think it's always important to define the purpose. Understanding data protection and disaster recovery. We'll look at the history of where data protection and DR came from, where it transformed into, and where it's heading in the future. Next, we'll look at components of a strategy. This particular module, I believe, is very, very important for us. I believe too often when we are building a strategy, we're actually building a plan based on goals and outcomes, and not necessarily strategy. So during this part of the training, we'll look at what's a good strategy and what's a not so good strategy, and how do we make sure we remain focused and drive a meeting to create the strategic outcome that we're looking for. Then we'll look at architecting the solution, taking things that we've already learned and rolling it into the solution itself. How do we architect what we need based on the discovery process that we've worked through with our business unit managers? We can't ignore cloud. So we'll be looking at cloud-based data protection and DR as well. And how do you architect the cloud? There are some nuances in cloud recovery that you need to be aware of. Nothing bad, but just be aware of the nuances and some of the, I would say, some of the limitations. That way you can make a better decision going forward, choosing the right solution for the right platform inside of your environment. And then finally, we'll go through next steps. What does that look like? Well, as I mentioned, my hope is at the end of this, you will have some of the tools that will allow you to start building out your strategy. And then beyond that, build out your very detailed and structured plan for data protection and disaster recovery. I always tell my clients, this should look like a business plan when you're done with it. And it will be a document that you can then pass on to executive management, and they can see without a doubt where you're going with disaster recovery and data protection and how you'll be protecting the company assets. Okay, let's jump right into the introduction and purpose. You're probably wondering, what is the purpose? Why am I here? This slide probably doesn't give you anything of value. You're probably looking at this slide wondering, why did he include this? Well, from my perspective, this slide is a little confusing. It's got a lot of words on it. It feels like it's always coming right at your face. That's kind of the way it feels when you're in IT. You have request upon request. You have issues. You have something come up. You have a new problem that they need a solution to, or we have a solution, let's go find a problem. All these things that kind of pop up in IT. Of course, backup is one of the big ones. Recovery is another one. Storage. I've got business-centric IT. We'll talk more about that later on. All these things come at our face. And the challenging part in IT is how do we make sure that we can drive to purpose in what we're trying to deliver? And that's the reason I have this up here. Because I know that we are so busy in IT. We get so wrapped up in trying to respond to the issues that come up that we typically react. And there's a difference there too between responding and reacting. And that's why I want to go through this to teach you how to build out a plan and a strategy so you can respond more efficiently rather than reacting. So we'll go through this. the introduction and purpose portion, and I'll explain a little bit more about what my thought process is around why I think it's critical to have this plan and strategy in place. So, disaster recovery and data protection, they probably seem very, very similar to you. And in fact, you've probably had several people maybe comment to you that they're one and the same. But let's get down a little bit lower. My point of view is DR, disaster recovery, is a process of a function. So DR is a process where data protection is a function. Where you are executing your disaster recovery plan, you are actually leveraging the functions of data protection to achieve the successful outcomes. Let me kind of repeat that. When you are executing your disaster recovery plan, you are leveraging the functions of data protection to achieve those successful outcomes. Now, both of these are very, very critical in your environment. Both also require a planning session, a strategy session, so you understand exactly where you want to go. If you declare disaster, what does that mean? And how must we go about this process to get to that successful outcome? So as it says, when you declare disaster, you execute a document. Remember, if there's no process, if there's no documented process, or it's not a succinct, clear process and document, you have variability. And what you want more than anything else when you declare disaster and you're executing this plan is consistency, and repeatability. And never test your plan in a live situation. Unfortunately, I've seen a couple of customers do this, and some luck out, some don't. It's never pretty. So don't rely on a live situation to test out your DR plan. A lot of us are really, really good, but we're not that good. So functions of data protection. I think we all know this. So there's the function of backup, of course, but the most important part of backup is recovery. So restore, recovery process. Now that's all part of the DR process, right? So the functions of recovery and restore are part of data protection, and the process of disaster recovery leverages that. So foundationally, DP is a plan, and it's critical to your overall success. So if you don't have a solid strategy from that foundation, then it tends to move on to the other process, disaster recovery. So if I have a poor strategy and poor execution with my function called data protection, there's a good chance I may not have the levels of success that I'm looking for with my disaster recovery process. So you can understand why it's so important to have both of these have a solid plan and strategy behind them. So again, we'll talk about what makes a good strategy and what makes a bad strategy. The key components of a DR and DP strategy, why it's important to engage the business. I talked about the business earlier during the planning process. And I'll pass along some tips to increase your success during the planning process as well. Everybody wants to be involved. And it's important that from the IT perspective that you not only cross-functionally involve people, but you also manage the scope of that project. And we'll talk about that throughout this training. So what does it all mean? I used words early on in that one slide with all the words on it. Business-centric IT. I've got another word here, a series of words, business impact and recovery, that you may or may not have really heard before. But what is business impact and recovery? Well, when you talk about disaster recovery, typically you look at business impact analysis. So what's the impact of the business if we can't recover this in a certain amount of time? So that's the business impact and recovery. It's kind of the focus point. It's the chief arrow of this strategy from a disaster recovery perspective. Now, IT disaster recovery and disaster recovery are different. Now, you may say, well, no, they're not. They're the same. I'm in IT. I'm talking about disaster recovery, so they're not different. But if there's disaster recovery purists on the line listening to this training, they would say, yes, in fact, they are different, because IT disaster recovery focuses on the data, the systems, the platforms, all the compute. Where a disaster recovery purist will look at people, facilities, and it goes down the line from there, and then it hits data. So I want to just define it up front. Throughout this entire training, we are talking about IT disaster recovery. So if I use the word disaster recovery, you know that's the focus that I have. And what is business-centric? I think it's pretty simple, right? You focus on the business. Well, you maintain that focus on your own business, your core business. What's the core function of your organization? What do you do? What's the mission? Do you understand the goals? Can you provide clear customer communication? And who are your customers? Well, typically your customers will be the end users inside of your organization. Or there could be some outside end users, but typically it's the end users inside your organization. Those are your customers. How do you communicate with them? How do you let them know what's happening when there is disaster or there's a business interruption? And that's another thing I'll talk about later, is a business interruption. Business-centric means user-centered. So we're also looking at user-centered recovery. And what does that mean? Now, you've only been into this maybe 10, 15 minutes. You're probably thinking to yourself, why bother? Why bother with all this? We're a big enough company. Our DR plan is sufficient. And if we have an issue and it gets out that we have a disaster, we have a big PR firm that we pay to worry about all that fallout, and we're really asked for input anyway. So we just sit back and wait until they say things are on fire, and then we'll run in with the buckets of water. Well, that's no place to live, I think, right? And I believe that if we can be more proactive, and I know that's a cheap word sometimes, but if we can be more proactive and we can have a plan and a strategy that is agreed to at all levels, then we can have an execution strategy that's repeatable and consistent. So I believe it's important to go through this. I believe it's important to kind of take the time to look at what you have today and areas of improvement. This is some research from the Enterprise Strategy Group from a few years back, but the reason I'm bringing it up now is it's important to look at, because this is not changing, it's not decreasing, it's probably increasing. So what is this all about? This slide is all about non-IT professionals and what involvement do they have in the decision-making process or the evaluation process and selection process for IT solutions. And it's surprising to learn that 62% of non-IT professionals have an involvement in the evaluation and selection of solutions, which is why I stress get the business involved and engaged early. We talk about shadow IT sometimes around the water cooler, or we hear it at seminars and webinars. But shadow IT, I think, really happens because we don't involve the business. The business has a credit card, and they can go on and buy online services to try to get done what they need to get done. The more we can engage with the business, the more we can understand their needs, their goals, and objectives, the more that we in IT can deliver the solutions and the systems to them that will help achieve those outcomes that they desire. Okay, grab your coffee or your soda or your water, and we're going to jump right into understanding data protection and disaster recovery. Now, please don't check out on this. I know we all know about disaster recovery. We all know about data protection. But I kind of want to give you a little bit of a background, a little bit of a history from a business perspective. And so I hope that you find this useful, this module. But do me a favor, please don't check out. I think you'll find some good information here. So, a brief history. So I'm old enough to know what a mainframe is. And old enough to be a former admin. Back in the day, they call it the glass house because that's where we had the mainframe. That's where, sometimes there was a clear glass there, and we take people on tours. They could see all the flashing lights, etc. But everything was centralized back in the day. Back in the 60s and 70s, even some of the early 80s, we had a centralized data center where everything came into. So think about central air. Everything came into this one area or out of this one area. And data protection was a batch process. What does that mean? It's a batch process. Well, that means that basically we queued everything up and we did everything in a singular motion, like a freight train. With a car after a car after a car. That's the batch process that we went through. So typically at night, we'd send out a message, we'd log everybody out, and then we'd lock down logins, and then begin the process of backup. And backup to reel-to-reel tapes, 9-track reel-to-reel tapes, or even some removable hard drives. But that was the process. It was very, very slow and very, very time-consuming. But nonetheless, the data was protected. Now, as we move forward into the 80s, mid-80s, we started to see a thing called client-server. So we had people in departments, department heads, say, hey, let's go buy these desktop machines and these servers, and then we can create our own little network so we can get our things done. So all of a sudden it became unmanageable. It was outside of the disciplines and the confines of where IT, or back in the day, MIS, had control. So data was now outside the glass house. What were we doing to protect that data? What were they doing? They being the business unit managers, the departments, to protect that data. Because now that's critical company assets that is roaming free out in the wild. I call them rogue admins. Maybe that's a harsh word, but when you're in the battle, you look at the department heads and the managers as the rogue admins who have gone off and done this. If we can't protect the data, we can't restore the data, and so that's what made this a challenge for us in IT. Backup was still a batch process when it could be done. You had to log everybody out typically. Sometimes you had Open File Manager that you would use, but it was still time consuming. We backed up to tape. Sometimes we would back up to disk, so a little bit faster, but nonetheless, still slow and time consuming. So how did disaster recovery work back when we had stone tablets? Well, we would back up all the data. We'd copy it to tape. We typically send those tapes off-site. So a company with a truck would show up, and we'd have tapes, sometimes in a locked box, that they would go off-site with this company, and they'd hang them on a rack for us, or they'd store them on a shelf for us. And when we declared a disaster, in other words, we couldn't recover from this the interruption that we just experienced, then we had to recall all those tapes. And then we'd have to understand the time frame in which we need to do the recovery. So hopefully all the tapes were labeled. Hopefully in our database, our data protection database, we're able to pinpoint which tapes we need to do this recovery. And then we start the process of recovering. So if it was disaster recovery declaration on-prem, well, we're restoring back to our own environment. If it was a facility problem and we could not get access to our facility and we declared disaster, we had to go to the hot site or the cold site, wherever we were, and do our recovery there. And that was a little more time consuming and labor intensive because it wasn't our hardware. So we had to configure hardware, we had to make sure systems and operating systems, etc., were all at the same levels. And we deal with things like bad drives, bad tape drives, bad tape media that can wreak havoc on a recovery process. Even the contemporary solutions that we found today have a tendency of having a longer recovery process. That's a lot better than it was, but it was still a little bit slower to recover. And again, not as bad as it was back in the day when we had to pull tapes. We were able to replace tape with disk in many cases to do recovery, because when we declare a disaster or we got to do a recovery, we're typically doing it within the first 4 to 7 days. Some would say 7 to 12 days. I think that's become more of a 4 to 7 days is our window now. So backup to disk was great. Even some of the deduplication solutions we had were great. Replication to cloud for the long-term archive. So it increased our opportunity to recover. But again, even the contemporary solutions had a hint of slowness to them. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. So let's look at some of the contemporary solutions. Tape has started to find its place in long-term retention. Tape used to be king in the data center. That's where we backed up all of our data, all the time, to tape. And then we started to shift a little bit, bring in JBOD, so just writing the disk, doing a disk backup. Now, disk backup was very fast, made a lot of sense, but disk was a finite medium, and so once it got to near full capacity, we had to then move that data off to another medium, and typically that was tape. Then we see disk enter the data center that's got technology called deduplication. Well, now we could get more data on there, but still, let's face it, it was still a finite device. And so we had to, again, create a process or a function that was going to move that off to another medium, typically, again, tape. We had backup to disk and replication to cloud, recovery to the cloud, recovery from the cloud. So all these contemporary solutions really improved our opportunity to create greater value and efficiency from our data protection solutions. And so it really changed the game for us. And as we look at where we're at today, I mean, cloud certainly is becoming a lot more predominant in some of the solution architectures, which is great. So I think that as we start looking forward and as we start looking at different solution types, we'll start to see a lot more of these hybrid type of solutions that include both a combination of on-prem, disk replication, deduplication, and cloud replication in the overall solution. And let's not forget to mention multi-cloud as well. So when we're thinking about the options for data protection, we typically will look at this graph here. So we're looking at, from the left side here, weeks to seconds. So that's the speed for your recovery. And then the cost of the solutions going across the bottom. The lowest cost to the higher cost to the right. So tape backup, tape archive, conventional disk backup. You can see as you start going up this staircase, it gets a little bit more expensive. PBBA, purpose-built backup appliances. CDP, continuous data protection. Synchronous replication or replication and mirroring. And then HA clustering. So all these solutions to try to maintain a certain level of uptime and availability. As the business requires more, the solutions become a little bit more expensive. And so there's not trade-offs, but there's understanding of compromise that needs to happen. And that's why this is important to kind of go through this so that you can have those conversations with the business. I'm sure many of you have heard the 3-2-1 rule. Now, the origins of the rule may surprise you. I was talking with a customer a few months ago and said, "Oh, I know all about 3-2-1 rule. That's the grandfather, father, son." And that's a different thing. That's a rotation discipline. 3-2-1 is a very, very different concept. And it was actually a photographer that came up with this 3-2-1 rule. You might think to yourself, a photographer came up with this data protection 3-2-1 rule? Anybody who has data that they can't risk losing can themselves become a data protection fanatic and professional. And yes, if a photographer, think about the digital photography he's doing, if he was to lose that data, well, that data really is his core asset. That's what his business is run on. And so he's no different from everybody else who has data that their business runs on and their business depends on. But interesting enough, it wasn't developed by one of the large research firms or analyst firms. It was first developed by a digital photographer. So what does it mean? It means having 3 copies of the data. So 3 copies of your data. One's a primary and 2 backups on 2 different types of media. And then you'll have one that will be placed in a remote location away from your normal place of business. So 3, 2, 1. I'm going to have 3 copies of my data. I'm going to have it on 2 different types of media. And I'm going to have at least 1 copy that's going to be sent somewhere offsite just in case. So the 3, 2, 1 rule is really important. You're hearing a lot of companies talk about it, which is really good, I think. And it's important just to educate everybody that 3, 2, 1 is definitely different from grandfather, father, son. Don't get those things confused. One's a rotation discipline, and one is a discipline around your storage and your media types. So 3 copies, 2 different types of media, 1 offsite. Making sure you follow this rule will help you across the entire strategy for your data protection and disaster recovery, because this too is one of those foundational elements that we've got to make sure we talk about. So disaster recovery and data protection, blurring the lines. I know I said earlier that some people say that they're one and the same, and we know they're not, but there are a lot of similarities. And as we have progressed with technology and new software enhancements, yeah, the lines have become slightly blurred. But let's remember that disaster recovery still is a process that leverages the function of data protection. But what some companies have done, what some software companies have done, is they've started to bring those 2 things together, more closely together. So you can actually have your process documented within your own data protection solution, so the function, and leverage testing, etc., and as well create documentation that you can have for your staff. So they can look at this and say, okay, when we declare, this is what we got to bring up first, and this is how we're going to do it. We're going to leverage the function of data protection to go through this process that we've documented. So, getting a little bit more granular, in disaster recovery, we define a specific time, and I always call it a predetermined amount of time, that you can suffer a business interruption before declaring a disaster. Now, there's a lot of things in there. Let's pull them out. First of all, a business interruption. What is that? Well, I don't think you can really define what a business interruption is unless you define how long you can be without data access or an application or some type of function within your business before you declare a disaster. So if you say, well, we can be down for 2 hours without that database, and after 2 hours, then we've got to declare disaster. So now you've defined that you can tolerate a business interruption of a database being down for 2 hours. But at 2 hours and 1 minute, you have to execute the process of disaster recovery, whatever that is and whatever you've documented that to be. But that is your predetermined time. And that also starts to represent a service level agreement for your recovery of business interruptions. And then that should transcend over into your DR process, where you have a service level agreement of the time in which you will recover from this now declared disaster. I hope that's clear. And within disaster recovery, you're defining a specific predetermined amount of time that your business can suffer a business interruption before declaring a disaster. Now, in data protection, it's a little bit different. So backup and recovery, again, is that function within our data protection solution. And some of the examples that I'm showing here of a business interruption could be corrupt files, or deleted volumes, or catastrophic impact or loss. So even if it's catastrophic, if you can still recover before that predetermined time, then you don't have to declare a disaster. And that's a very, very important thing to remember. Even if you say, look, we have lost this server, it's a smoking hole, but you have a plan and a strategy for your data protection to be able to recover from that interruption. If you can get that server, the application, the platform, everything back up within 2 hours, then you've met your goal and you've not had to declare disaster. And those metrics, by the way, are very, very important for you to keep track of, and we'll talk about that later on as well. So what are some of the approaches to data protection? Well, back in the day, again, most everything was agent based. So we would have an agent we'd maybe push out, or an agent we'd walk the wire and reinstall on every single workstation, desktop, server. As we move forward into virtualized environments where we have more API-based integration, now we have agentless opportunities, agentless data protection recovery opportunities. So that gives you a little more agility, a little more flexibility, and a lot more control over the agent-based. Now, agent-based is still important. There's a lot of solutions out there that still support it, which is great because we have platforms, we have some applications that maybe wouldn't work well in an API environment or just aren't supported. And so an agent-based solution is still critical and still very, very important. So keep that in mind. When you're looking at solutions, when you're considering a solution, do you have anything in your environment that does require an agent? If so, that becomes part of your selection criteria. And if the solution provider you're looking at does not support that particular OS or platform or the agent you require, then you've got to make sure that it gets moved over to your no column or your con column. This is not going to be a positive during our evaluation process. So let's look at some of the top reasons to have a data protection and disaster recovery strategy. And what I've done here is I just pulled things from the headlines. I've done some searches and found a few examples. And I'm not going to list company names. But the example here is a parcel service company loses a customer's digital data. Some would say, well, there were backup tapes, and it's really difficult for someone to figure out what format that tape was written on. So the chances of that data actually being retrieved was relatively low. And then the question of a compliance officer would be, how low? And can you tell me with certainty that it is at that percentage and it's that low? And most of us can say, no, we can't. So the reality is the data felt the truck, the data got in someone else's hands. Whether they could get that data or not is an unknown. So the impact is customer loyalty and trust. My goodness, I trust you with all my data, with all of my personal information, Mr. Company, and now you've lost them somehow. Well, that's going to impact customer loyalty and trust, but it's also going to impact your customer and loyalty and trust in this service that you've potentially used in the past for a number of years, and maybe you might not use them in the future. There's another example of a cloud backup provider that loses customer backup data. I'll let you read that one again. What happens though if a cloud backup provider actually loses customer data and a customer's trying to do a recovery? That becomes a major, major challenge. So, I used to work in advertising and IT, and one of the things I learned from the CEO of this advertising agency was, back in the 70s, when you had a bad word of mouth, that would travel to 100 people. But when the digital age starts to take over, that one person can reach tens of thousands of people in a day, in a second, in an instant. So what happens here in a cloud data protection provider's subscription base when one customer has a bad experience? that bad experience could travel quite a bit. My point here is the brand takes a hit. So earlier I was talking about PR firms. Why bother? We got PR firms. One of the biggest challenges we have when we declare a disaster, we have a disaster, we suffer a loss, is not necessarily the data that's been lost, because if we have a plan and strategy, we can recover it. But it's the brand. It's our company's brand. It's the customer loyalty. It's the trust. So those things need to be managed. And I'm going to talk a lot about that in other modules, but we got to be able to manage that somehow. Now, it's not us in IT, but cross-functionally, when we plan this out, we got to make sure that everyone's on the same page. So the brand value declines. This particular provider I know had revenues that dropped considerably, and the secondary impact was the cloud provider started pointing their fingers at somebody else. It wasn't our fault. It was the hard drives that we were using for backup, but it wasn't our fault. Financial institution, they lose a tablet with tens of thousands of customers' PII, personal identifiable information. The letters go out, the pay structure goes out to go and pay for all of the identity protection solutions, but the trustworthiness of that organization now starts to drop. Customers are realizing, goodness, if they're losing my information on a tablet, why is it on a tablet that's not even encrypted and protected? So that becomes a challenge point for customers. Media catches hold of it. Guess what? Media reaches out, tries to get some information. They talk with employees for comment, and they use that for their headlines. Think about that. And of course, it's all the typical loss of revenue, loss of customers, and the biggest one, litigation. This one actually affected people that I know, family members I know, but when a government contractor inadvertently leaked thousands and thousands of Social Security numbers of United States veterans, it cost a considerable amount of money to remedy that. And there were a lot of other secondary impact that I'm not going to list here. Secondary impact that the government had to really engage on fully to protect the veterans. So that particular contractor certainly was going to have impact of loss of future contracts. And again, there's going to be a considerable amount of compliance review of who has access to what and what data actually gets legs. When I say data gets legs, it means it goes outside the confines of your data center where it may be unencrypted. And this was from my own personal experience. This was not from the headlines. But several months ago when I was in another city, I extended my trip, a talk at another seminar, and I used my online app to reserve a hotel at my favorite hotel chain. The app was not working. I could not make a reservation. I got online from my laptop. The online system from my laptop through the browser was not working. I could not make a reservation. Could I have called? Absolutely, I could have called. But I would have waited online, on the telephone line, waiting to talk with someone to make a reservation. When we are, in today's society, looking at speed and convenience, we've become a point-and-click loyalty society. So if I can't get it done online, I will go to someone else that can do it for me online. And that's what happened. I went to a different hotel chain and made the reservation online through the app I had on my phone, and they lost revenue. The original one lost revenue. The secondary one gained a customer and gained revenue and started to gain a little more trust. So you can see where the impact starts to roll up into real numbers and real customer experience. So this is one I like to talk about a lot. So I'm from Chicago, Illinois originally, and I was working downtown when this happened. April 13th, 1992. The Chicago River flooded the underground delivery system, coal delivery system that was in Chicago from, early on, 1900s, 1800s. That flooding occurred because they essentially poked a hole in the river. They were doing some construction and they hit a wall. That wall punctured and that started to flood that underground rail system that was a coal delivery system for the furnaces. Shut down businesses for weeks. Estimated losses over almost $2 billion. The Merck exchange had to shut down, and they estimated they lost $25 billion in trading. So hundreds of businesses never reopened again. And a lot of businesses around that area, they had their data centers at the basement floor or the lower levels. And so they were highly impacted. So the data protection recovery resumption strategy, it's critical to IT. Critical to IT-centric recovery. But the business may place this as a secondary. Remember I talked about before, we have DR purists on the line? The business may look at the IT data recovery, the ITDR, as secondary. And the reason for this is exactly what we're talking about here. So think about the Merck. It can't do trading. An estimated loss of $25 billion. You have organizations, companies that estimate their losses nearly $2 billion. So their concern really was with our customers. What is this going to do with our customers, and how can we make sure we can overcome this? And oh, by the way, yes, we've got to recover our data. We've got to recover our systems. It's estimated that 2 out of 5 businesses that experience a disaster will go out of business. We saw this in Chicago. I saw this personally, where companies could not recover. I mean, not just insurance companies or financial institutions. There were a lot of businesses, small businesses, that just could not recover from this disaster. That's why this training is so important, I believe, because we need to make sure we have a strategy. We need to make sure we have a plan based on that strategy, and make sure that all parties included are in agreement with the plan and strategy. Okay, so let's take a look at the components of a strategy. And again, this is one of those foundational elements, I believe, that we all need in order to achieve the successful outcomes that we desire. So first, I think it's important to look at what makes a bad strategy. I used to work with a developer many, many years ago, and part of his README notes, he would enter in there ways to corrupt the software installation if you'd like. So he basically would tell you how to do it bad, how to do it wrong, right from the get-go. And I think that's important. I think it's important you kind of know where the boundary's at, where that cliff is at, and if you go too far, you're going to go over the cliff. So let's talk about what makes a bad strategy. Failure to address the problem. I mean, that's a big one. I think too often in IT, we get focused so much on the solutions that we are evaluating and looking at, that sometimes we find a solution and realize, hey, we don't have a problem for this, but we should go search one out. And in the meantime, we're missing all of the goodness of the other issues and the problems that we need to solve with the other solutions that we have yet to discover or yet to fit into our environment. So failure to address the main problem or the issue does make for a bad strategy. And fixing a problem that doesn't exist, that's what I was talking about before. We have great solutions, but let's not get a solution and go find a problem. Let's identify the problem, let's identify the gaps, and let's identify the impact it's having to the business, and let's go and solve that problem. Remember that goals are very important, but goals are not a strategy. Faster recovery is the goal, not necessarily the strategy. So let's remember that as you're thinking through this and you get back to your own environment and you're having these meetings, think about those things as you're talking about how to build a strategy. This is a big one, inability to make a decision. I think we can get paralyzed. You've heard the paralysis by analysis, that phrase. We can get paralyzed by doing too much analysis. At some point, you have to make a decision. Now, it's important to make a decision to move forward, but it's also important to be able to course correct. Think about the captain of a ship. as they're going out in the ocean, they do know where they want to go, and there's a straight line. Usually they log, but that's not the direction the ship takes all the time. Never goes in a straight line. They had to maintain a course correction, but end up going toward that same target because of different influences and obstacles. So inability to make a decision makes for a bad strategy. Choose a direction and move. Now remember, the direction can be straight ahead of you, but when you get there, when you look back after you've reached your destination, you may realize that it wasn't a straight line. I did take a number of course corrections, but those are all good. And it's important that everyone understands that, hey, this is not a linear process. We are going to make course corrections throughout, but our ultimate goal is based on these assumptions in our strategy. So what makes for a good strategy? Well, anytime I conduct a strategy meeting, a session, I start with discovery. Now, I may know a lot about the components of my client's environment. I may know a lot about the storage. I may know how they're doing snapshots. I may know how they're doing replication. I may know the applications they're using, the databases they're using. But when you go through a discovery process, you have to throw all of that out the window and learn everything again. Ask every question that you need to ask, and don't assume that you have the answer. So discovery is very, very important. And again, when you're conducting these meetings, it's very important to also have this on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to be asking questions that may sound a bit foolish to you, because you know I probably know, but I want to make sure that we absolutely know with certainty the information that we need to gather during this discovery process. Plain and simple. So part of that process as well is diagnosis. So you might ask a question about a challenge, a problem, and then you've got to probe. So the same thing a doctor does. You probe. Well, does it hurt when I say this? Does it hurt when we talk about that? So diagnosis is also part and also key to a successful strategy. Maintaining the scope and boundaries. Understanding the box that you are going to be working within with this particular project. Again, setting that framework out is critically important, because we all have heard about scope creep, and it happens. It shouldn't be the norm. It should be the exception. But scope creep does happen. But it's essential when you're creating the strategy for this project that you're going forward with, that you at least start with a foundational element, and that is, these are the boundaries we have set, and this is the scope of the project. Does everyone agree? If everyone does not agree, then that's a time for a good discussion and additional discovery. Defined steps. So what specific actions are you going to take to achieve the change within your system process that you're addressing? What are those steps? Very, very specifically. And is it feasible? And will it be sufficient based on the outcome of these series of meetings? Will it be a sufficient strategy to address the problem or problems that you are trying to focus on? This last quote is kind of funny too. I won't read it to you, but I do like the way it starts out. Fools ignore complexity. We sometimes look at things very, very complex systems, and we can understand them. But when we're having conversations with the business, with people who are not IT professionals, they may not understand the complexity of the system that we're dealing with. And so, not calling them a fool, but they will ignore that because they're focused on other things. And on the flip side, there are some things on the business side that we don't understand that seem very complex to us, but very simple and understandable to them. And so it's the same on both sides. So we know a lot about our complex systems, and it's our job to educate the business. Vice versa, the business has a lot of complex systems, and it's their job to educate us on those systems and the reasons why we've got to protect them or replicate or fill in the blank for those particular systems. So it's a matter of perspective. And when we have this approach, this strategic approach, make sure your perspective is grounded in what you understand, is grounded in what you're trying to deliver to your customer, but also that you are grounded enough to ask the questions that will give you the discovery information you need to make this a very successful strategy. So how do you begin? Well, one of the things that I like to do, and I talked a lot about aligning with the business early on in some modules, I like to make sure I understand what the top line corporate goals are for my organization or for my customer's organization. What are those? Where do those typically come from? Well, typically they come from the CEO, the president of the company. So what are their top goals for the organization for that particular fiscal year? Understand what those are. There might be 3, there might be 5. There certainly will not be a long list. There's going to be very, very few. But understanding what those are, I think, is important. And then as you understand the goals of the business unit managers that report up to that CEO, all of a sudden now you can start getting a picture of what's important to the business and how maybe IT can help alleviate some of the stress and burdens and deliver on a solution that is much more flexible and efficient and productive for them. Now, as you look across the different sizes of organizations, small, medium-sized business might look like one business unit to a multinational, very large enterprise customer. My point is here, it doesn't matter the size. What matters is how we approach each project and how we ask the questions during that discovery phase. So you could have 4 or 5 main business units that you need to interview and talk to, or you could just have one. And it's all about the core function of this small, medium-sized business, and this is what's important to us. Just get a clear picture of the fiscal year initiatives from the corporate level, and then think about how IT can help support those initiatives. IT-centric recovery versus business-centric recovery. You'll hear me talk a lot about IT versus business. And I'm doing that for a reason. They're very, very similar, but very, very different. And what I mean by that is we both have very similar goals and desires and outcomes that we're looking to achieve. But our perspective is very different. And so an IT-centric recovery, when we think about that, we're typically thinking about systems and data. How do we recover from that? A business-centric recovery, well, they're thinking about different things like customer, public relations. You know, if you're a financial institution and you just got hit pretty hard with a hack, or there was personal identifiable information that was lost, that could damage the brand and the loyalty, customer loyalty. So the business starts looking at different things when it comes to recovery in the event of a disaster versus those of us in IT. When we hear there's a disaster, we go in and we will restore the data we need to, we'll bring up the servers, we'll get the OSs loaded, we'll reconfigure the network, etc. So while they may have different objectives, top line, I think ultimately the goal across the board is the same. We want to deliver the business back to service, or business as usual.
And now I'm excited to introduce Mr. Steve Blow, Technical Evangelist at Zerto. Steve has an awesome demo here of Zerto in action. Take it away, Steve.
Hey everyone. So today I'm going to show you the simplicity of installing, planning and configuring IT resilience with Zerto. So if we have a look, first steps here is I've got a Windows VM, and that's where we're going to install the Zerto Virtual Manager product into. So if we just go to the console, You can see I've already downloaded the installer, so I just run this. And it will bring up the installation window, at which point we can go ahead and install it. The reason we install this first is actually this then gives us insight into vCenter. So we just skip through next. Accept the license agreement. You can obviously choose where you install it. You've got a couple of options, Express or Custom. Custom gives you more configurability around database, etc. Enter in the vCenter details. So you can see the vCenter name there. As I said, we install this now because connecting to the vCenter gives us more visibility to help with the planning at the next stage, which I'll show you after we've done this. So just type in the vCenter name, followed by the username. Typically, you'd have a Zerto service account within vSphere at this point. I'm just using administrator. And then obviously give the site a name. In this instance, I'm calling the site Phoenix. And then you've got an option here to enable online services. This is key for the planning stage. It helps us report into our analytics platform, and we can then obviously gain details from that. The next stage was obviously to run the tests, and now we're performing the installation itself. So the tests just validate that there is connectivity to vCenter at that particular point in time with the credentials you've provided. So this step shouldn't take too long. We should see the bars moving shortly. There we go. And then obviously after this, the Zerto Virtual Manager is installed, and we can then look to access it, do some minor configuration before then going to the planning stage. So you can see installation is now complete, hasn't taken us very long. I'm not going to open it within the ZVM itself. I'm actually going to open another browser and access it directly. So you can see the IP address here. So if we just pop that IP address in, we use HTTPS over port 9669. So the certificate we put in initially is self-signed, so you will need to just proceed. And then we get the ZVM login page. When you log into the ZVM, we actually provide or insert privileges into vCenter. So you would want to utilize a user who has the Zerto privileges. Again, I'm using administrator, and then just log in, at which point it will then ask for a license key just to register it. Once this is then registered, we then will be utilizing our ZVM, which is talking to vCenter, to pull out statistics from vCenter, things like IOPS and change rates, things that are key in any replication technology to understand in order to size bandwidth and the like, which we will then collate within Planner, and I'll show you that shortly. So obviously this has just been installed, and so first load can take a little while. There we go. So we just pop the license key in now. And then that logs us in. At this point, we don't need to do anything else. We've already enabled it to report home to the online services, our analytics SaaS platform. So if we switch over to our analytics platform and then go to the planning tab, what you can do in here is choose VM selection, choose your site. You see Phoenix here. Select the VMs. So you can see the VMs listed are the same in vCenter. Obviously remove the Zerto related VMs, move over the ones that you want to see sizing for. You can see I've done this for vCenter as well. And what you're going to see here then is WAN sizing, total journal size, total recovery disk size. There's also average IOPS, average throughput, and then we can calculate the required journal size utilizing those as well, all from the statistics from vCenter that we are collecting. So it's going to give you a really good idea of your requirements in order to protect the workloads that you've chosen to protect. You can then obviously export this to CSV or Excel, so you've got all of that data to hand. This, as I said, is only a demonstration environment, so you can see the values are fairly low. But in a real environment, you're going to get exactly the same output related to whatever your workloads are doing. You can then go ahead and start deploying your virtual replication appliances or VRAs. So just choose which data store you want them to be located on, which network you want them to be connected to, and then also the IP settings. I use DHCP as this is a lab environment, but most environments you're probably going to use static. And the key thing is it's one VRA per host, and this is how Zerto scales. You add a host, you add a VRA. And then again, do the same for each of the hosts that you have within your environment. I have 2 hosts, so I have 2 VRAs. So I'll just mirror the configuration and then let them go and install. So all we're doing here is effectively pushing out an OVF file to vSphere, at which point they'll then obviously be powered on and marked as on and connected to the ZVM. The last stage before we can configure virtual protection groups, which I'll talk about in a minute, is actually pairing the sites. Now, I've already pre-created another site, so I'm just going to pair to it, and we'll get that up and running. It's another vCenter site in this instance, but Zerto also supports AWS, Azure, Hyper-V, IBM Cloud, so you can have different sites in here. There's no limit on the number of sites per se. We then get to the VPG section. So the VPGs are really core to everything we do. In order to protect any workloads, you create virtual protection groups. So these virtual protection groups are consistency groupings where you can protect one or more VMs. Traditionally, you protect an individual VM. With Zerto, you protect the VMs as one. So if we go through, I'll talk about some of the benefits that gives you. So if we just give it a name, so CRM in this instance, I'll choose the CRM VMs, move them over. That means they're then being protected together. I can put boot ordering in here, so you can move your VMs into different groups and have boot delays between the groups. Once you've selected your VMs, you then choose where you want to replicate them to. So I'm going to use my new site, so that's the Edinburgh one. At which point I then have the option to choose the host, cluster or resource pool I want to replicate to. So I'm just going to choose the Edinburgh cluster. You can choose the data store on the target side. So these are the defaults. You can actually provide more granularity here. Key thing to note is your journal history. So Zerto can have a journal history of up to 30 days. And I'll talk a bit more around the journal later on. You can then edit every single disk attached to the VM individually. You can choose to mark a disk as temp data, where we will replicate the entire contents of the disk initially, but then no changes on that disk. So good for anything that's highly transactional, but ultimately temporary. You can choose whether the disk is thin or thick provisioned on the target side. You can choose which data store for each disk that we're recovering to. So different disks can be on different data stores. We support raw device mappings or RDMs in VMware. And then we also give you the ability to pre-seed if you like. So maybe you've got a very large disk, you don't want to replicate it all over the wire. You can actually take a copy of the VMDK, ship it to the target side, and use that to pre-seed the replication. We now get there to start configuring some of the recovery options. So you choose your live network and a test network. Test network you typically want isolated. That's because you don't want to have any impact on production when you're performing a test failover. You can choose a recovery folder depending on whether you're using folders in vCenter or not. And then pre-post recovery scripts can be inserted here to do whatever you want from that perspective. From a network side of things, exactly the same as storage. Every single NIC can be edited individually. You can set the failover IPs, test IPs, so we can do the re-IP as part of that. Long-term retention. This is really key to obviously providing that backup capability. You can choose where you're replicating it to or backing it up to. You can choose which VMs need to be indexed. So I'm going to choose the app VM here. And then you can choose a schedule, so you can do daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly, and they can be incremental or full. And then you can obviously specify the retention of each of those. Very much like a traditional backup product. The key thing with Zerto is we have no production impact on your production environment, which gives you a lot more flexibility around when you run this, and a lot less risk. You then get a summary of everything you've created, at which point you can then go ahead and click Done. We'll then go ahead and create the virtual protection group and perform the initial sync, so where we copy the data over to the target side. Now what we then do once the initial sync is complete is we then perform our continuous data protection. So I talked a little bit earlier about our journal. What we're essentially doing here is replicating all of the changes that occur on the source side to the target side based on all of the configuration we just configured. And then we're inserting checkpoints in that journal every 5 seconds for each VM. And that's a point in time you can then recover to, so you have incredible granularity to recover to just seconds before an issue with Zerto. And actually what we do is we ensure that point in time is inserted at the exact same point in time across every VM within that virtual protection group. So that's the consistency mechanism. So if we have a look at some of the capabilities and features you can utilize with Zerto once you're protecting your workloads and applications, we have our test failover capability, our live failover capability, exactly as they sound like, very DR focused. We have a restore file, so you can actually recover individual files from the journal from any of your VMs. You can move your virtual protection groups for migration and mobility use cases. And you have search and restore, which is your long-term retention search capabilities. So if you do a test failover, just to show you the journal, you can choose the virtual protection group, select checkpoint, and actually you can then see all of the checkpoints in the journal. And you can see we've pretty much got one of these every 5 seconds since we created it. These really show how Zerto can minimize your data loss regardless of the issue, whether it's ransomware, OS corruption, whether you've got a power outage. It doesn't matter. Zerto can recover to just seconds before the issue occurred, ensuring your data loss window is down in those seconds as well. When you tie that into the mobility capabilities of Zerto that I've talked about, and now the backup capabilities that we have where we're removing the traditional overheads associated with backups, Zerto is providing you an IT resilience platform and the simplicity that goes along with a single platform to really free up your resources to focus on innovation for your business and other key aspects rather than just keeping the lights on, which has traditionally been the case.
Great presentation there by Steve. I love the live demo. Steve, you're still with us, right?
I am.
Awesome, awesome. So, Steve, we're going to do some Q&A now, and while we do that, for everyone out there in the audience, if you notice, I've brought up a poll question on the screen. I'll just leave that up while we do some Q&A. So, Steve, one of the things you demoed there was installing Zerto on vSphere. One of the questions that came in here, they're asking, what hypervisors does Zerto support today?
Yep, so we obviously support VMware, as you've seen. We also support Hyper-V, and that includes replication between the two, so you can actually go from Hyper-V to VMware and vice versa. We also support Azure and AWS and IBM Cloud as well from a public cloud perspective, as well as having over 350 cloud service providers globally. Who are obviously able to provide you Zerto capability through their own services.
Okay, very nice, very nice. And because you're talking to the hypervisor, there's another question here about agents. Are there any agents to install in the VMs?
Not in the VMs at all, no. We are literally deploying on the hypervisor host, so it's a single virtual replication appliance. So you saw me deploy those. It's literally one of those per host, and that's exactly how we scale. So as you add a host, you add a VRA, you instantly scale your replication capabilities as well, and that's why Zerto really fits across the market, from down to small deployments to very large.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, that makes it easy. And another question here is about, you might want to clarify, is Zerto just for data or disaster recovery, is it also a data protection like backup solution or not?
Yeah, so I mentioned it briefly, obviously, as I was going through the demo, but long-term retention is something we've added now. So absolutely, we can then start meeting backup requirements to deliver, the retention that you need for compliance and auditing perspective. So absolutely, we can deliver that. And the way we deliver that is actually through our existing capabilities, which means you're not having to deploy any additional modules or anything like that. And obviously, with our continuous data protection, there's no impact on production. That it remains with your long-term retention, so you can remove your overheads that backups have traditionally been associated with, as well as obviously scheduling headaches and things like that. All of that goes away with Zerto. Plus, you get the greater granularity of every few seconds, right down to individual files. And then tie that into the mobility piece where actually we can support your hybrid cloud, multi-cloud strategy by providing you that full mobility to move between all of the different platforms that you're adopting.
Very nice. Very nice. Another question here, they're asking about RPO and RTO with Zerto. Is there some way to control that, or how do you know what kind of recovery time you might be able to achieve?
So testing's the best way to identify your recovery time, but with Zerto, you're looking at minutes. So to get the VMs up and booted and running again. Obviously, your applications are slightly separate to that, and that's why you would do the testing to validate, what processes you need in place to ensure that application recovers on the target side. From an RPO perspective, Zerto doesn't give you the ability to configure that. We will ensure that you have the lowest possible RPO. Typically, that's down sub 10 seconds.
Nice. Sub 10 seconds. Wow. Another question here. Tim is asking, do I have to use agents for VSS? I know you talked about agents already, but what about for Volume Shadow?
Yeah, so we do have agents for VSS. In reality, less than 1% of our customers utilize them. The big challenge with VSS is as soon as you take a VSS point in time, you have to create the disk, at which point you have a impact on production because it effectively freezes your application during that period. Because of that, you're not going to do it very frequently, whereas our checkpoints are inserted every 5 seconds. And actually, when you talk to most customers and most organizations today, the biggest factor to them is ensuring that data loss is kept to a minimum. Because with VSS, it has that impact and you can't do it every 5 seconds. You're going to be doing it probably at most twice a day, more likely once a day. You end up with the same data loss windows that you have with backup at that point, in that in the event of a failure, you've got to go back to 24 hours before the failure occurred and lose potentially that much data. With Zerto, you can recover to just seconds before. And obviously with the likes of ACID compliance in applications these days, there isn't actually a requirement to have that VSS point in time. Some customers still like it for peace of mind so that they have it as well. But in reality, when they come to recover, they're recovering to a Zerto checkpoint from seconds before, because the data loss is the key aspect there. And that's, like I said, why less than 1% of our customers actually utilize the VSS component, but it is there.
Okay, nice. Robbie's asking, can I take application consistent backup for Linux workloads as well?
So you can. Essentially, we have the ability to add manual checkpoints. So all you need to do is have the application or OS in a state where that it's consistent from an application perspective, and we can then insert a manual checkpoint, and that can all be scripted via our API and the various capabilities of the application in question. So for example, with Oracle, you can actually put Oracle into a hot backup mode, insert a checkpoint when it's in hot backup mode, and then obviously take it out afterwards. And that checkpoint creation takes just a few seconds. So that can all be managed and achieved as well if needed. But the same applies really there as with VSS.
Okay, nice. And then I think the last question we probably have time for that is what do you recommend people do to get started with Zerto? Is there a trial they can give it a try for themselves?
Absolutely. So if you go to the website, Zerto.com, on there you can register for a free trial, have a go with it. You can also look to utilize our on-demand labs, where you can actually get hands-on with the product as well in that scenario without having to deploy it on your own environment. But as you've seen from my lab demonstration, it's very easy to set up and install. I think that was about 13 minutes, that video, showing me obviously going through and demonstrating that.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, it sounds easy to do and looks easy to do. Steve, thank you so much for being on the event today.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
For more information on Zerto, check out the Handouts tab right there in your audience console, right next to questions and answers. You can download a Zerto solution brief, and you can learn all about the Zerto solution that you just saw Steve demo. This is on the Zerto 7.0 platform, so make sure that you download that for more information and check it out. Of course, also check out the Zerto website, and I encourage you to give Zerto a try for yourself. It's been a very popular, great solution. And with that, it's time to announce our first Amazon $100 gift card winner. That is going to Jeffrey Place of Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Jeffrey Place of Pennsylvania. We've got 3 more gift cards to give away still on today's event. And now I'll hand it back to David Chapa for some more training on building a disaster recovery strategy.
Okay, we're going to jump into part 2 of components of a strategy. Again, I think these are foundational elements. Now, what you'll notice is I'm not going to be giving you a cookie-cutter approach to how to build a strategy, because everybody's strategy is going to be different and unique to their own environment, to their own issues and problems they're trying to address. But what I'm trying to do is to give you as much of the outline information as possible so that you can then build your own structure, however you want that to flow. And so that's the purpose of going through this section here and dividing it up. So there's a lot of information and there's a lot to digest. Number 1, key strategic component is the number 1 bullet here. Agree on the problem or problems you will be addressing to solve in this project. That's really important. If the problem is we've got poor recovery times, but the project moves toward how do we get faster backup, we're not solving the problem. So identify what the problem or problems are, come to an agreement with the key stakeholders or the constituencies that you're working with, and then move forward. So identify who would be your key constituents that you would work with that would be impacted or affected by these issues or the problems. Establish a series of meetings, a cadence, if you will, with the key stakeholders. And we'll talk about, from the IT perspective, what's that look like, and from the business perspective, what that might look like. And then, create your own internal statement of work, so to speak. Maybe it's an outline that you're starting on. Maybe it's just a statement of the project itself. But start to create a little bit of a scope and set up some of those boundaries. Remember I told you that course correction's okay. But if you don't establish something from the get-go, then you may find yourself losing a little bit of control as time goes on. So important to set out the scope and the boundaries initially of what you believe it should be, and then through dialogue, discussion, discovery, you can, through agreement, expand that. So building off of part 1, the business objective. Remember I talked about IT has objectives and the business has objectives? Well, very simply, the business is focused on customer satisfaction. They want to beat the competition. They want to generate revenue and profit. And most organizations I know are looking at growth, some type of growth, either growth in adjacent markets or growth in expanding in their current market. Now, IT has very similar objectives. Customer satisfaction. We talk about that a lot in IT. We want to deliver a competitive service, so we want to beat the competition. Who's our competition? Well, our competition is whoever that business unit manager can go and take their credit card to get the service that they could otherwise get from us. So we want to be competitive. We want to deliver a service that we're proud of and that can be effectively used in our organization. We want to support the systems and the applications and do that as best as we possibly can. And then we want to thrive to expand our own capabilities and our own services for our customers. So while they're different, they are very similar in a goal structure. Customer satisfaction, delivering competitive services, beating the competition, supporting the systems and the apps, generating revenue and profit, and then expanding capabilities and growth, expansion. So again, different functions, but I think we both have similar objectives. Now, where do you start? It's so difficult to say where you start. I think the simplest thing is to start with where are you at risk and what needs to be mitigated. And so if the problems are a recovery time, what are the risks that we are taking by not addressing this problem? Identify all those. And how do you know that? Well, some people go and do a very, very deep dive business impact analysis and uncover lots of detail about the business. And that's the way it was done for a lot of years. I'm going to give you a different perspective. I'm not saying that this one's wrong. I mean, I wrote about this in my book in 2003, but that was 2003, and things have changed, and we are moving much faster in business and in IT and technology. So we have to look at things maybe a little bit differently. So I've got some ideas and thoughts that might help you accelerate your strategy planning sessions. So think about a business owner. Think about what they want to do. We talked about that, right? They want to generate revenue and profit. They want to expand and grow into other markets. How do they do that? Well, they have to look at the people they have. I want to expand to that market, that adjacent market. That adjacent market requires certain skill sets. Do I have the skill sets for us to get there? Now, we in IT need to take that very same approach. This is not a self-deprecating module, but we need to take that same approach and look at ourselves. Do an IT self-assessment. Do we have the team? Do we have the skill set? Do we have the capabilities to be able to deliver on the solutions and the services and etc. that we want to give the business? Can we do this? If we can't, then let's identify it. Let's not sweep it under the rug. Let's identify it. Let's talk about it. And let's put that into a plan somewhere, a plan of action where we have to go and maybe bring in additional skill set or talent. So, can you meet the business recovery expectations if that's the challenge that they are faced with right now? Do you have the resources and staff and support? So, resources, do you have the equipment? Do you have the software? Do you have the technology? Do you have those things you need? Is the staff well trained on those resources? Do you have the right support structure, maintenance contracts? Do you have all those things that can help you achieve the successful outcome? What about cloud? Because everyone's talking about cloud. So are there recovery workloads that can be moved to the cloud? Are they candidates for the cloud? Do I have a team that is well versed and from a skill set perspective in cloud? Can they support that? And then a nice one to have is what gaps can you fill with additional headcount? We all know that we're not growing in IT. We don't see a hockey stick of growth in our IT staffing budgets. But it's important to go through this process because it gives you the ability to give full transparency to executive management of what it is that you're trying to accomplish, where you're gapped, and what resources that you need in addition to solve these issues and to tackle them in-house. That's all this is doing. And it levels the playing field. And so what that means is when you go into these meetings, everybody knows, okay, if we're going to go for solution A has a column that says IT requires this number of headcount, this number of people, these resources. If we go for solution B, It might be a whole different set. So all I'm saying is the IT self-assessment, very, very important. And it will help you too, I think, with your people and looking for ways that you can help increase their skills and capabilities. And so when you go into this, I want you to think like you own the business. I want you to think of all the things that a CEO would think about. Now, you probably are thinking, well, I don't know what the CEO thinks about. I have a very good friend who is a retired CEO from a multi-billion dollar worldwide organization. And now he is running a very, very small business, and it's a very small business. And he runs it like he still ran his multi-billion dollar organization. He has a staff of people that he has hired, and he's put them in that place because he believes they have the skills and the abilities to deliver on what he needs. Now, because it's a small business, he gets right down there in the customers, he sees what's happening with the transactions, and he hears firsthand of things that are going wrong or things that could be different. So what does the CEO do? Remember, the CEO is the last person on that ladder. So when that gets up to the CEO, they have to act and act quickly. And that's what he does. He hears it, and he acts quickly. Now, if you put a CEO hat on, think about that as your perspective. You are the last person that's going to receive all of this negative feedback on why we can't get this done, why we can't get this business. And so now you're going to start asking the questions. Okay, let's look at what are we risking here if we don't do this? What is the recovery strategy? Not that the CEO would know, but what is our strategy? Well, the good news is we're building one. What about customer relations? What happens if? And what are we doing with customer relations? Do we have a plan that aligns with our IT department? If we don't, we should. What about HR and employee relations? All these things are very, very important to kind of ask. And if it's critical to your business and this project touches on any of those components, you've got to ask the question. So think like a CEO. Don't be afraid to kind of come down and say, what about this, and what about this? Because these are the things that are going to help make your strategy that much more solid and that much more successful. So as you identify the business units that you're going to work with within the organization for this project, again, you want to understand their top-line goals. We talked about that in the previous module. What are your goals and what are your initiatives? What are you trying to accomplish? You also need to try to prioritize the business units. I mean, it's not your job in IT to prioritize them, but it certainly is the executive sponsor or the sponsor from the executive team to help you prioritize those. So you start to prioritize once you start gathering information. That's what this is all about. Asking lots of questions, understanding the impact of each and every organization, each and every business unit, and then being able to put together your own priority stack and then get that validated. Uncover the primary functions. What are the applications? What are the systems? What are the platforms? What are you guys using? What drives your business? Have that documented. What if we don't do anything? What if we decide maybe the problem's not as big as everyone says? If we were affected, would we go out of business? It's a good question to ask. Don't be afraid to ask these questions. This may not be an obvious one, but it's an okay question to ask and understand the level of importance or the level of impact that particular business unit has or that particular function has on the overall core. The other thing to do is to create disaster simulations. I had a client in Menomonee Falls, Wisconsin, just outside of Milwaukee. They had 2 data centers. One was a primary, very, very large data center, and the secondary is about 15 miles as the crow flies. It really took you about 35 miles to drive there. But as a straight line, it was about 15 to 20 miles. And that secondary data center was right by a set of railroad tracks. And one of the questions I asked them was, what happens if hazardous material spills because there's a problem with the rail car? Now, I had done some research, and I had definitive research that said, yes, in fact, hazmat is carried along those tracks. So I asked the question, and the response was, that won't happen, that's never happened. Well, about 4 or 5 years later, it happened. Now, it didn't happen right behind their data center. It happened about 90 miles up. But they also had to evacuate a huge radius, which meant that those people in that data center, in that facility, were evacuated. The point is, you have to create the disaster scenarios, and you have to look at probability. Yes, maybe it was a good risk for them to say, no, that never happens. Maybe it wasn't. The reality is, go through the disaster scenarios, understand what is probable, what's not probable, what is just a crazy idea, but document those things, have those discussions, understand, make sure you explain to the business that they understand with each level of recovery, depending on the level of disaster, the cost may increase as well for the solution. So that's an important aspect. But going through these disaster scenarios are very important for you to kind of think about the what if. What if we lost power on the grid? Are we on multiple grids? What if there was a flood in our building? Would our data center be affected? I mean, it might by power, but would I end up with catfish in my raised floor? Those are questions to ask. What applications do you need for the mission of the business to be successful? And I got a slide in here we'll talk about the mission as well, but the mission of the business is really the key thing that drives everything. Remember I talked earlier about the business impact analysis. One of the things I try to help people do is to streamline and fast track things, and so I just ask one question. What's the mission of your business? What is the mission of your business? And now, if you're an airline, it's pretty simple. The mission of your business is to keep airplanes in flight, taking off safely, landing safely, and ensuring that cargo, luggage, and passengers are all comfortable and make it to their destination unharmed. That's the mission of the business. So then, what are the systems that support the mission of the business? And if you start going down that track, you start asking those questions, all of a sudden you'll start to get a lot more information. And that's a quick way to kind of get right down into the weeds. Then you can kind of peel it apart and understand which ones have dependencies, maybe which ones are supporting, but it's important to kind of ask that really general, broad question, because you'd be amazed at how much information you will get from the business when you ask something like that. So what do we do that if we didn't, we'd out of business? So before I was saying, what do we do if we didn't do something? Would we be out of business? Now I'm asking, what do we do that if we didn't, we'd be out of business? So where's the data exist? I mean, if we didn't support this data, if it was in some other cloud because it was a shadow IT thing, would we be out of business if we didn't know about that data? Who are the power users? Let's identify the power users because they will have probably additional information that will help us as well. Identify that primary data owner. Again, IT, I believe IT is the steward of the data, not the owner of the data. Now that might be different in some organizations, but I think generally speaking, IT is the steward of the data. And work with the business unit to determine the priorities for recovery. So again, I get back to the priorities of the business units, the priority of recovery. It's so important that we understand what's got to come first. Back in the day, when I was going through disaster recovery, business continuity, strategy sessions, one of my managers said, well, the last thing we want to bring up is our accounts payable. We want to bring up our accounts receivable first because we want money coming in. And a lot of people in the room kind of looked around and said, that's brilliant. We didn't think about that. We're going to bring up everything. But back in the day, we had two separate components. One was AR and one was AP. And so we brought up AR first in our document. So it's little things like that. Understand what the business units are doing, understand what the priority is, and make sure you document all of this information. Think like a journalist. I say this to customers all the time. There's no such thing as a dumb question. I believe that no matter what. No such thing as a dumb question. Don't assume you know everything. Assume that you do not. And act like a vendor who's providing a service, because in fact you are. Remember, we are now competing with a credit card and services elsewhere that can create shadow IT. So let's ask all the questions. Let's act like a vendor. Let's be supportive, and let's understand how we can best serve our customer to deliver the best solution possible. So who are those key stakeholders from an IT perspective? Well, who's the data owner? Storage admins, backup admins, network security admins. Get the business unit managers. Let's find out who those people are. The vendors and partners, we should know those. From a business perspective, who's the executive sponsor we're going to have as part of this project? Is there anyone from corporate communication or PR that we need to concern ourselves with? Now, this is not something you would typically ask in IT, right? But when you're talking about disaster recovery, remember, disaster recovery, I think it's more about, especially if it's a big disaster, it's catastrophic, it's going to impact customers and becomes public. Disaster recovery really is about that PR fallout. How do you manage and mitigate that? Because I know from the IT perspective, all of you are extremely well-versed and talented, and you can figure out how to recover. But this part is also very important. As we are building out this strategy for disaster recovery and data protection, foundationally, we also need to make sure we understand from the business side and the business perspective, who are some of the key constituents that we should engage. Now, I'm not saying they will engage, but I think that we should engage and get their input. So, executive sponsor, corp comm, PR, business unit and GM leaders, I had that on that previous slide as well. Facilities and operations. We got to get those folks involved as well. Because what happens if everything is running just fine, but you can't get access to the building for whatever reason? Those are good people to have on your side, good things to have documented so you understand what the next step is.
All right, another great presentation by David Chapa there. It's now time to introduce our next presenter on today's Disaster Recovery Training Day event. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Robert Stevenson, Senior Solutions Architect at ClearSky. Robert, are you with us?
Yes, I am, David.
Thanks for being on, Robert. Take it away.
Well, first, David, and it's interesting, David Davis and David Chapa, I can't thank you guys enough in Actual Tech for today's opportunity. And I really like the overview that David Chapa was essentially putting together, particularly his use of Alan Perlis's quote early in his presentation, where he talked about fools ignoring complexity, pragmatists suffering it, some avoiding it, and geniuses removing it. I think that's kind of interesting for the following discussion, because I'm going to be somewhat bold to say like we can address that last component, essentially. How do we remove some of the excess complexity in today's environments? And when we're doing that, sometimes people talk about this as being kind of a discontinuous innovation approach. But, for me, as a professional who's run IT organizations in the Fortune 1000 in the past, what I think we're doing is really trying to change the traditional IT legacy storage solutions and challenging IT professionals like those on the call today to get out of the box of traditional legacy thinking of products and start thinking about how we can do things leveraging the cloud in such a way that we can get to an RPO of 0. So let's go ahead and go through some of these slides so we can kind of explain how we do this. So, the challenges in terms of traditional IT organizations are just overwhelming. I know many of the people on this call are, facing just an immense amount of complexity, dozens of different vendors they've got to manage, lots of expectations in terms of availability that are very challenging to maintain with all the layered complexity. as well as staffing shortages, and businesses that are trying to compete in a very rapid 21st century fashion. So you're overwhelmed. It's very hard to kind of get out of the forest and get out of the kind of IT weed whacking and chopping down IT projects and look at the big picture and solve the problems that the business needs to be solved so that you can remain competitive. So how do we do that? How do we get out of that environment of over complexity? Well, one of the things we're going to challenge you today in this presentation is to think about doing things differently, particularly storage solutions. We really think you can bring together on-prem solutions and cloud solutions together. In the past, it was always one or the other, right? Either you went full board on the cloud and rewrote your applications and fit within that cookie cutter world and designed your applications with high resiliency, or you had difficulties with that public cloud world because your applications were really latency sensitive from an I/O perspective, and you maintained them in-prem. That was kind of an if, like an or kind of discussion. You went one direction or the other. We really think at ClearSky we can go at it from an and discussion, bring together the economics and scalability of the cloud with the traditional on-premise kind of capabilities of security and performance that customers are used to. Now, how do we do that? We do it in a couple of different ways. One is we've completely deconstructed the idea of a storage system. So in the past, people thought of storage as essentially this machine you bought, you put it in your data center. It had some memory, it had some SSD, it may have had some, SATA disks, some fat disks. It was essentially kind of a layered solution of those components. What we've essentially done at ClearSky is completely deconstructed that concept, where we've kicked it sideways, right? So we believe the storage that sits in your on-prem environment should be incredibly fast. It should be in that 12 to 15 microsecond base delivery, leveraging NVMe-based technology. But at the same time, we do believe that there should be an active observer of what's going on from a write perspective within the area, within the metro, as we call it, the metro point of presence. So this is a POP. So this would be like an Equinix facility or a Digital Realty facility or a CoreSite or many others that are around the world. And these co-locations essentially maintain the brains of the storage system. And then we have the full cloud itself, maintaining multiple images of your product, of your storage, if you would. So it's 3 tiers. It's completely deconstructed, but it's like a traditional storage system, but we've kicked it over sideways. And we've also kind of changed the dynamics of what you have to maintain in your data center. In the past, you may have 15 racks of capacity for your total 4 petabyte infrastructure or 1 petabyte infrastructure. But how much of that content is active at any point in time, really? That's the question. What's the working data set, right, within that? Do you need to spin all those disks all the time? No, you don't. You just have to satisfy the working data set, what your customers are doing today. And that's really a considerably smaller set. And then you can essentially elect the rest of the storage that's not being accessed that often to sit within that MetroPOP or full images on the cloud. So that's also a radically different way of thinking about your data center and storage, right? So now it's a cache edge device that sits on the edge of the public cloud, but is multi-tiered in terms of it's got local capabilities, it's got immediate metro Equinix facility capabilities, and then it's got capabilities from the cloud. So you're no longer within the constraints of a storage system. So these kind of architectural changes, this out-of-the-box based way of thinking about storage, opens up a whole different way of thinking about disaster recovery and data protection. And I'm going to go through a couple examples of that on the next slide. So let's go through one of these so you guys can see this. So here we've got that same architecture now. We've got your primary data center that you're essentially familiar with. You've got an edge device there that's talking to the Equinix Digital Realty MetroPOP that's nearby. It's typically within about 100 miles. The I/O is being witnessed at the MetroPOP. So every time a write occurs, it's also written within the MetroPOP and then destaged into a full image on the cloud. but the net is the MetroPOP is your witness. So if your primary data center has a failure, it can essentially fail over from data center 1 to data center 2, as you can see in the dialog here. That is an instantaneous failover, and what I mean by that is, let's say you had a flood, an outage, AC system went out in the primary data center. Since every single write was observed at the MetroPOP, we can bring up a second data center from exactly the standpoint of where the last write was acknowledged. So there is no delays for asynchronous replication. There is no snaps that have to be replayed, right? With the MetroPOP essentially being the active observer, it can bring up a new data center from the last write's perspective. And that's really kind of what's game-changing, because you do have a recovery point of 0 now. Once you declare a failover, a secondary edge could come up at your other data center and start running exactly where the last write took place. So the RTO may be a few minutes now, and it depends on the layered kind of VMware boot up activity and orchestrational aspects of network stitching. But your storage is instantaneously available at a failure, and that's really the game changer with the ClearSky architecture. By deconstructing the storage subsystem so that it's a layered cloud service and no longer a product, you can get an RPO of 0, and then it's really just your RTO that you have to optimize on, which is the layered kind of bring up the services to your business. So this is the game changer within the technology. Now, there's other things that are interesting within this architectural solution is, since we're built on top of the cloud, we're not essentially a product that you bought and deployed in your data center. It's a service you're subscribing to. We have almost an infinite amount of capacity that we can pull from to solve your business problems. So we can do snapshots, every minute, and there's no, resource that you run out of within your data center, right? You're leveraging a service. So this allows us to bring data protection to a different level than traditional storage subsystems that are really constrained by the resources within their boxes. In this context, we can also address some of the evolving challenges we see IT organizations face, particularly in terms of security RTO. So there's outage-based RTO, which is essentially getting back to business after you've had an outage, but there's also security threats, ransomware, malware attacks, where if you have an almost infinite number of snaps that you can essentially move to the instance before the attack or before the seed of the attack, you can now also shorten your RTO from a security recovery perspective. And again, this is something that the ClearSky product allows you to essentially differentiate on. And what we're doing here is just, taking traditional storage and extending its capabilities with cloud services. So you're no longer essentially having to add on backup and disaster recovery after you've brought a product. The service that you deploy fulfills those needs from day one. Now, you still have other aspects of disaster recovery you have to be aware of, right? So we may have been, we can fold in, the archiving, the retention, the backups, as well as your disaster recovery recoverability from an RPO perspective into the storage service. But you still have to, structure your run book. You still have to make sure you bring up your applications in the right order. You still have to really understand your business goals and objectives. You still have to have the stakeholders involved, as David spent quite a bit of time on. You have to still do DR tests, although, with ClearSky, we can do these DR tests far more productive and shorter and in a faster time frame than anyone else on the market. But, you still have to do those activities. So while we're simplifying the things you have to manage and we're absorbing the capabilities of disaster recovery, that doesn't mean you get out of that business. It just that means you can spend a little more time being strategic now in terms of working with your business units as opposed to working with your storage vendors and your application IT vendors in terms of staying abreast of business needs. The other thing that's really unique about this particular approach, I apologize, it's just the screen is not drawing properly. There we go, is that once you essentially move to a storage service-based model as opposed to buying a product, you also can get rid of a lot of costs. You no longer have to maintain excessive capacity, right? In the past, you bought a product for a storage product with it essentially purchased for what your growth rate would be in 5 years. That's no longer a necessity. You only have to buy what you essentially need. And then essentially you only pay for what you use. So you don't have to have that excess capacity. The same thing that virtualization did for simplifying compute utilization, we're doing that within the storage space by essentially moving to a storage model and removing that excess capacity that you've had to purchase in the past because of a product deployment. We also can simplify a lot of other costs. We get rid of the data replication licensing. We get rid of your backup server licensing. We get rid of your disaster recovery licensing. We get rid of your archiving licensing. We get rid of those larger pipes that you've got to maintain for asynchronous replication. And since we've also built this thing to be a shock absorber with a public cloud, so you never pay for egress fees. So, well, if you're in an Amazon or other public cloud environments, it's great to write to them, but they're not that particularly kind when it comes to retrieving the data. Those egress fees do not exist in the ClearSky universe as well. So, the thing is, the net is not only do you improve your business operations in terms of lowering your RPO, getting to an RPO of 0, by having storage absorb those complexities of disaster recovery and data protection in the past, you can also quite considerably lower your TCO. Typically, our customers see about a 40% reduction in TCO by removing these traditional costs. So it gets the stakeholders, particularly your CFO, thrilled to see a reduction of operating costs, and it's mostly done through just removing variable costs, right? I mean, what we're really talking about is the variable costs of architecting and managing complexity. And once we've folded that complexity into a storage service, those variable costs do not, show up any longer, and your TCO is smaller, and your operational tasks are simpler, and you can focus more on those business goals and objectives to help your company differentiate in the market. So the company itself, if those of you are interested, based upon this little overview I've given, feel free to reach out to us. We can do an active demo to show you how you achieve an RPO of 0. We can also, give an overview of our TCO consultative approach. We're not a bells and whistles type of storage, vendor. We're not speeds and feeds. We're about removing costs and complexity and thinking differently about the way storage works in terms of your business. We've got some really exciting customers that we'd love to have you speak with as well. Great strategic alliances, work with all the clouds as well as all the colo providers, a great set of investors, and our leadership team is unmatched. Ellen, had great success with CloudSwitch, which brought network service management to the industry, and then Laz was really instrumental in the development of iSCSI, as well as a strategic CTO for Michael Dell. So, we'd love to kind of chat with you. We've got sales offices across the country. What I wanted to do on this last slide is just kind of put up some of the quotes from our customers. Sandy Alexander really kind of talks about us as really giving them a chance to be a lot more strategic by getting out of the weeds and the trees and focusing on the big picture. Leveraging storage as a service is a competitive differentiator for them. Miles and Stockbridge also came across us, and they saw a substantial reduction in their TCO. And again, this is by giving us all a chance to think outside of the box and think about how storage could be more instrumental in your business and absorb more of those disaster recovery add-ons that you've got to do today. Make them part of the storage system instead of something you add after you've bought the product. So what I wanted to do now is open it up to Q&A and let Dave jump in here and kind of help moderate some questions that may come up.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Robert. We do have some questions for you. If you're out there in the audience and you are curious about how this ClearSky solution works, now is the time to get your questions in. So while we do that, I'm going to pop up this poll question for everyone out there in the audience that just says, what additional information would you like about the ClearSky solution? And this one is a multi-select question, so you can select one or multiple options on that poll. So get your questions in. Let's see, first question, Robert, that came in, they're asking, does the ClearSky solution would it replace a primary storage array? Is that how it works?
Well, we can. It's just sometimes customers want to piecemeal introduce us, so we may just be a backup target for the first deployment so that customers get up to speed with our solution. In that case, we look like an iSCSI or Fiber Channel target that your backup system writes to. But if you use us in a primary storage capacity, in that context, we're absorbing all the backup capabilities and disaster recovery functions that you'd add on, secondary with traditional storage. So we can go into primary storage deployments, and we fold in disaster recovery and data protection by leveraging the cloud, and that is the area where we provide the greatest TCO savings, Dave.
Okay, excellent. Another question here, Dan is asking, does it comply with regulations? For example, he's talking about criminal justice data, CJIS, I guess it is. But what sort of compliance can this help with?
That's an excellent question. One of the things that's unique about our solution, I didn't spend much time today because of the limited time, is that every data at rest and in transit in our architecture is encrypted at AES 256. So, when you provision us into your data center, you have to specify a passphrase, and you as the customer own the key. We don't have any visibility of that. And then once you store content on us, it's encrypted, and all the lines are encrypted, and none of your data is actually ever shared over the public internet. So we provision dedicated lines from telco providers directly to your data center, as well as have dedicated lines from our MetroPOP to the backing cloud. So it gives customers instantaneous HIPAA compliance, instantaneous GDPR compliance, as well as a variety of SAAC compliance requirements.
Okay, excellent. Robbie is asking about integration with Azure. Is that an option?
Yeah, and that's actually the beautiful thing. We're built on top of cloud principles. We're a cloud storage service. We're not a product. We didn't talk as much about how you could present your content anywhere. We talked a little bit about the DR scenario where you had a failure and your edge was moved from one location to another. Edges can also be positioned within clouds themselves, within your virtual public cloud. So you can actually also present many petabytes of data, not only have it presented to different data centers, but also within your cloud environment. And the back-end implementation is also sitting on the cloud choice of our customers. Some customers have strategic arrangements where they can only be Azure customers. In that context, we can support them as well.
Okay. And just another point of understanding, this person is asking, so I know this provides disaster recovery as a service, but would it replace an existing backup application?
Yeah, no, you don't have to have backup anymore because it's part of your storage service. If you're using us as a primary storage target, in that context, when you create a LUN, you specify all the backup policies. And you do that through VMware, essentially, so you don't have to learn a new pane of glass. This is all done through your VMware infrastructure. So your backup retention, your backup policies are all maintained through the storage service. So it's not something you bolt on afterwards. That's the real kind of out-of-the-box thinking that this cloud Clear Sky Cloud Service provides.
Excellent. Let's see. Rudy said, great presentation loaded with critical info. So got a lot of good feedback. One more question on this. How do people typically get started? What's the first step that they take?
Well, I think, what we found is it depends on, where they've got a refresh opportunity. So, typically you've got, amortization schedules, and, you want to line up, your amortization refresh with your new application development efforts, right? So that your new applications that roll into production can take advantage of new technology. So that's usually what we have with the first discussions is kind of a discovery of where customers are at in terms of their refresh, what they have in terms of new application deployments, and how can we line that up with a Clear Sky deployment so that we can lower their TCOs moving forward aggressively. At the same time, we may actually just help them with some of their backup challenges immediately, just essentially leverage, be a backup target to Veeam, be a backup target to Zerto, let customers get familiar with us, and then once a refresh opportunity opens up, they just do a vMotion onto us.
Oh, very nice. I like that. So a lot of flexibility in different ways to get started. Robert, really great having you on the event today. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, David. Thank you for the moderation. Really learned a lot. Looking forward to future participation.
Excellent, excellent. For more information on ClearSky, of course, check out the handout that's available for download right there in your audience console. And that handout is, I'm bringing it up right now. Oh, it's the architectural overview. It's storage with an edge. And so this is a 15-page PDF that provides a lot more details on the presentation and the architecture that Robert went over in his presentation. Of course, also make sure that you visit the ClearSky Data website to learn more about the solution, and I encourage you to give it a try for yourself because it covers a lot of the data protection and disaster recovery challenges that David Chapa has been talking about in his presentation today. And with that, it's time for another $100 gift card that's going out to Camelia Daniels from Georgia. Congratulations, Camelia Daniels from Georgia. You are the next gift card winner on today's event. We've got 2 more to give away, so make sure you stay tuned for those. And with that, I'll hand it back to David Chapa.
Let's get to part 3 of components of a strategy, the foundational elements. So identifying the risks to mitigate. So as you start looking through your data protection strategy, even your disaster recovery strategy, you want to look at what needs to be protected and also, probably more importantly, what needs to be recovered and in what order. So looking at the risks to mitigate, identify what needs protecting, what is protected, where are you gapped. Remember we talked about having data out in the wild, quote unquote. If that data is critical to your organization and it's not being protected through your IT disciplines and through your compliance, then you run a risk. You are exposed. That's where I tell my customers you have a level of exposure. So identify those protection gaps. Understand the unprotected critical data on laptops and any unprotected or unsecured desktops in your environment. Now, identify who owns the value of that data. Who determines the value? It's certainly not, well, certainly typically not IT. So again, it's the business unit managers, the data owners. Those are the people that can help us understand the true value. So the business itself, or the business unit leaders and managers, are key in identifying and evaluating the value of that data. IT is the steward, remember, we're not the owners. So you got to make sure that you are delivering the best solution possible from an IT perspective, but you aren't necessarily the ones that own the data, and so you typically don't know what the value is of that data. We can certainly work with the business to understand how we can prioritize recovery, because certainly we'll know a database needs to come up before another database comes up because there's dependencies, but some data owners and the business may not have that kind of detail. And so when I look at the data classification guidelines, I look at 3 primary buckets: mission critical, critical, and deferred. Deferred, let's start with that. Deferred would be, grandma's vacation pictures. If you're not in the grandma vacation picture business, those would be classified as deferred. So not critical to your organization at all. Images and things like that people store sometimes in their home directories or might be stored somewhere across your vast array of storage repositories. Deferred. We don't need that data to recover our business. Now you have critical data. Now that critical data could be your accounts payable. Remember I was talking about one of the leaders I used to work with. He said the most important thing for us is to get our accounts receivable up and then get our accounts payable up. So he was looking at the getting cash in was the most critical thing, and then the secondary thing would be our payable. And so you might look through your organization, structure, the requirements, and kind of prioritize and create your own buckets to put these the data classifications within. But this is something that I found to be very, very useful as an exercise for IT working with the business to really just put a picture together of what things look like in the event of a recovery scenario. So shift gears a little bit. I want you to understand something. When you have a disaster, when you declare a disaster, and you initiate the communication, whether that's internal or external, you remain in control. You have some control over that message, how it's getting released, who is saying it, etc. So that's why this is important. It's an important part to your risk mitigation plan, is a communication plan. Now, you're probably thinking, we're in IT. I don't understand why we're talking about a communication plan. Well, if you're a publicly traded company and you have experienced either a catastrophic disaster, and that could be someone hacking in, that could just be a smoking hole, that could be any number of things. If you are a publicly traded company, you need to be mindful of this. And here's why. So the examples I've given previously of reasons why to have a good DR, DP plan and strategy, about the parcel service company that lost a box of tapes, about a financial institution that lost thousands of social security numbers, etc. It's really important that in the event of a disaster declaration, that you understand what the communication plan is. So working very closely with internal marketing or communication and a PR firm, understanding who says what, when, is very, very important. Communications is key to control the media. Again, if you're publicly traded, chances are the media, if they get wind of this, they will want to get as much information as they can to report it. So who do you include in this communication plan? You include anyone that would be touched. That would be employees, your customers, vendors, board of directors, shareholders, investors, anyone you think would be touched by someone external. So if you have a good communication plan to your customers, you want to make sure you're letting them know, we have suffered X, we have executed our plan and our strategy, and we have a time to recovery within this window. So customers now have a good sense of, okay, well, they've identified it, it's under control, they've got a plan, they're moving forward. When you talk with your employees, the best thing to say to employees is, if you're contacted by the media, you don't say anything. If you're contacted by customers, this is the communication we're having with our customers. If you're contacted by our vendors, this is the communication you have with our vendors. And oh, by the way, some of the vendors also need to be looped in because they may be part of the solution, something you're trying to solve. Maybe you had a problem with a storage array. Maybe you had a problem with a network card. Maybe you had a problem with a communication device. It doesn't really matter what the problem or issue is. You may have a vendor that's going to also have to have a communication if they are contacted as well. So these are things just to think about. I'm not saying you have to have this in your plan, but these are things to think about. I think media training is also really important, especially for those in IT, because we can get contacted. I have been contacted in the past when we've gone through a disaster. I was with a publicly traded company. And if you're contacted by the news, the press, it's best to know what to say. And if you don't know what to say, the best thing to say is nothing at all. And you just redirect that back to your PR firm or back to your marketing communications department. But this part is not technical, but definitely is tactical, and it's part of the entire recovery process and effort. So I do think it's really important that we at least think about this and consider it, because this is all about risk mitigation. Anytime someone else gets information that may not be 100% accurate outside of our organization, and it can be twisted or turned, then we also expose ourselves to additional risk. So defining success. I think this is a very, very important part of your strategy especially as you start looking at building out your entire plan and architecting the solution. So what's the key? What's the key element in defining success within your data protection and disaster recovery strategy and plan? For me, it's one thing. It's about recovery. Now, we got to have successful backups to be able to have successful recoveries. But let's assume that we're doing pretty well with our backups. Recovery is a whole different thing. We might be able to recover every file, every volume, every folder. But if we're not doing it within the predetermined time that we've established in our disaster recovery plan, or even in our data protection plan during that business interruption that I talked about, then we're not meeting those KPIs for success. So ensuring that you can reach those outcomes means that you have to test this regularly. You can't just test it once it's gone in. You can't just test it 2 months down the road and then a year later expect the same results. We need to constantly test this out and make sure that we are getting the right results, getting the right outcomes that we desire. Now, from a recovery standpoint, there's multiple recovery scenarios and methods. So I talked about a business interruption. So business interruption versus a disaster declaration. Remember that predetermined time, whatever that time is for you, your organization, for your business unit, whatever it is, if you go beyond that predetermined time, that changed from being a business interruption to being a disaster declaration. You have to do that because that's what your documentation says. And if you don't do that, well, now you've just gone beyond your KPI, you've gone beyond what you've documented as this is what we must do. So you need to take this portion and really drill it into not only everyone in IT, but the business as well. Everyone must be in agreement. If we experience a business interruption, and we have said that we can suffer a business interruption that will last up to 4 hours, 2 hours, whatever it is for that particular process, system, application, platform, and you go beyond that, you must then execute your disaster recovery plan. And so that takes into consideration a lot of different things and a lot of different ways in which you can recover. Like I said, it might be one file, it might be a whole database. And all based on the severity of loss and the impact to the business. So you're looking at prioritization again, looking at data classification and the priorities there. So defining your success is very, very important. Establishing the right criteria of what makes a business interruption transfer over to a declaration of disaster is very, very important. So documentation. I know it's one of the favorite things of everyone in IT. I'm just kidding, of course. I'm probably one of the few people that enjoys writing, probably because I've been doing it for so long, but documentation is not necessarily the most fun job in the world. But it is so critical. If we want to be successful in IT with our disaster recovery and data protection plan and strategies, we have to have good documentation, because what we're looking for is consistency and repeatability in these processes. Without proper documentation, without making sure that we're hitting every single step and every nuance as it relates to our environment, then we run the risk of not having a consistent process and procedure every single time we have to go through a declaration. I think the documentation review is critically important as well. So once you get done with it, someone else should review it. It's very much like the developer that develops software code, and if that developer is also doing the QA, well, how good and solid would that QA really be? Now, if you're a developer, come on, let's be serious with each other here. I used to be as well. I can see where my bugs are, and in my head I said, yep, that's okay, because I know why it does that. And that's I got to work around for that. The same thing is true for us. If we go through and review our own documentation, we kind of go through the process and we go through step by step by step, we might see something that's not working just right, and we'll say, well, I know why that happened, and that's okay. There's the workaround, and I'll get to that. We can't do that. We really need to have someone independently reviewing our documentation, going through our processes and our steps, and validating that what we have written and what we have delivered is something that someone else can execute. Because the reality is, we don't live in a perfect world when everything goes catastrophic on us while everyone is in the data center. Disasters happen when we least expect them. Disasters happen when 9 times out of 10, I would say, we're not necessarily there or not necessarily available. And so we have to make sure that whoever is there able to execute this plan can do it off the documentation that we have written. Again, auditing the plan and strategy, it's important. I think an internal audit's okay. I think you also should consider at least once or twice a year finding someone that can do a third-party audit and run through, when you're doing one of your tests, run through it to make sure that it's validated for success. Testing. I talked a lot about testing. I'll continue talking a lot about testing because testing is what shows us what we can do and what we can get done. So, create a schedule. What's that schedule going to look like for testing your data protection and your disaster recovery plan? Well, for your data protection, maybe it's a certain amount of data you want to restore from a variety of different random backup sets. And from a disaster recovery standpoint, maybe you have automation and orchestration already set up in the software solution that you're using. So run through that, test that out. If that software has some way of validating your recovery, in other words, dependencies, etc., that's fantastic. Run through that. See where you come up. But you have to test, and you have to create that schedule before you say, I'm done. This cannot be something that you think about after the fact because, like I talked about at the very, very beginning of this, we're all real busy in IT. And so while you have the time, while you have the focus, while you have the executive sponsorship around you, make sure that you follow every single step. You get everything planned out, scheduled, and it's done. And you want to have a pretty little bow on it. Say, you know what, we have done this, and here's a schedule that we're going to use for testing. And oh, by the way, here's a schedule we're going to be using for documentation review and updates. While you have this project going forward and you have everyone's eyes on it, make sure you're taking the time to cover every single one of your bases. Reviewing the results, or results review. Hey, failure during test, I say, is acceptable. I think failure during a live declaration is not. I was presenting this to a government agency many, many years ago, and one of the questions from one of the audience members was, how can you help me ensure I get a successful DR test? And I thought that was a very interesting question. Now, of course, we all want to have a successful DR test, every single one of us. But there's learning inside the failure in a controlled environment. If you're having repeated failures over and over and over again, that's a whole different story. Somewhere in that process, it's broken. And you need to go and find that out, identify it, get back together with the team, redocument the steps perhaps, or priority of systems being recovered, and then test it again. But if you continue to get a D or an F on your report card, something else is wrong. And so you got to go in and figure that out. But to have someone ask me to make sure they're successful with every DR test kind of makes me turn my head a little bit and say, I don't think you want that. Because there's learnings in that. There's lots of lessons to be learned through the failure in a controlled environment when you're going through that. And once you identify that, like I said, update that documentation, update the process, update your procedures. That will help you ensure that you have a successful outcome. Now, I can't guarantee you will have a successful outcome every single time you declare a disaster, because environments change. And that's why it's so important for us to continue to look at our environments, continue to think about change control perhaps, and how we roll in those changes into our documentation, our procedures, our testing, our validation, etc.
Excellent, insightful information from Mr. David Chapa. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's training day. That is Mr. Rick Vanover, Director of Technical Product Marketing and Evangelism at Veeam. Rick, are you there?
Hey, David, I'm doing great. I am here.
Thanks for being on. Take it away, Rick.
Well, cheers, David, and welcome, everyone. I'm going to continue the great conversation, and big shout-out to Mr. David Chapa, former colleague of mine. Enjoy hearing from him here. I'm going to talk a little bit mechanical about building a DR strategy, and as Dave said, I'm Rick. I do have a different title. I need to get that updated, by the way. Product strategy team here at Veeam. You know, you might have heard of Veeam around the backup sense, but we have a great DR strategy, and I'm not going to overview the products here. I'm actually going to overview what we've learned about DR. So that's the goal of my time with you here today. But I do have, let me count it, only three slides of my 19 or so are a word from your sponsor. So I just want to start with the first of these, and that's our history of innovation. The real takeaway here is that a lot of things in the backup space make its way to the DR space. And if organizations that say yes to Veeam, their experience will give them a lot of deliverables in the form of product releases over time. I like to say that we have a phrase here called Veeam Speed, and that is indeed how we roll. So the thought here is that as we release products, updates, organizations are going to get the best backup and DR experience. And they're actually very much related, and how I go through this presentation, you'll see what I mean by that. At Veeam, we get that done through a set of products that kind of align this way. And right at the middle is backup and replication. And those aren't necessarily the names of the product. We do have a product called Veeam Backup and Replication, but that's more about the business benefit you get. You get backup, you can get replication, and I actually think you need both, and I'll build the case for that as we go. But the thought here is that you also want orchestration capabilities. You also want monitoring analytics capabilities, and you also want API-driven capabilities to really go that extra mile. And at Veeam, we look across virtual, physical, SaaS workloads in the cloud. And all of them have different conversations. Virtual and physical, I spend a lot of my time around the cloud, around the disaster recovery there, and on the cloud as well. SaaS is a little bit different. It's more of a data governance and compliance play, right? But when we think about what we want out of building a successful DR strategy, we kind of have to start with these basics of backup and replication, work upwards with orchestration, upwards with monitoring and analytics, and if you need to do more, the APIs are there with you. Okay, that's my intro. Now, how do I look at disaster recovery and more? I actually think you almost need to start from the backup lens. And the important reason for that is having a good DR strategy is important, but that's not always the right tool for certain events. Now, this is a completely different mindset of what you think about with backup. A lot of times people think, I'm going to take backups, and that's actually going to be what drives my DR. Chances are it's going to fail miserably. I look at it as if I have a good DR strategy, sometimes I may go back and use my backup. The thought here is if I need everything recovered in a disaster recovery event, I can get there. But if I just need a file recovered, well, then I'm going to go to backup. And you actually need to think about them in a very distinct and separate way, I advise. They work together. They can many times use the same technology. Veeam, of course, can help with that. But they give you very different business benefits. So let me set this up a little bit better. Now, there are nothing but opportunities for problems. I like to say that at Veeam we have nothing but evidence in the form of good case studies that bad things can happen to good data centers and good servers and good storage and good administrators. And they can be all kinds of things. A lot of times you think of the fire, the flood, power outages, those types of things. But I really think today you need to look at DR as a mechanism around malware. In fact, ransomware is one area that I've talked to a lot of organizations that have a very good DR strategy. That's enough to make them pull the plug for DR. Testing, if you have a good DR environment, you can test it, which can help you not just to ensure that your DR is actually adequate, but you can test other things like updates, changes, application migration, modernization, security pen testing. These are things that actually become things you'd never expect from a backup product, but they're actually very important. Other disasters around rogue employees, yeah, that happens too. The thought is the golden lockout, not quite a ransomware, but a ransom, as well as corruption and plenty of other problems. There's so many things that can happen. And some of these things can be honest mistakes. That's one of the things that aren't on this list, but I think is actually a very legitimate scenario where, I'm testing this new script and, from tests, I forgot to change the one parameter to run it live and it broke everything. Those types of things, right? All kinds of situations can walk you into a disaster. But anyways, with the many opportunities for disaster, there's kind of a data point that we found that indicates that a lot of times there's a lot of incidents that happen that, required an IT group to use one or more type of DR plans. And the funny thing is sometimes they're isolated. You might just recover an app, which might be a number of different systems, or a site, maybe a storage array failed, so everything related to that, but not necessarily everything, had to have DR. So the thought here is in the last 2 years, if we have a data point from an analyst firm that indicates that 80% of a surveyed group has had some sort of DR incident, there's kind of a driving need, in my opinion, to have successful disaster recovery, have effective disaster recovery that can really do a good job to make sure you don't have any surprises when it comes to pushing that red button. So we've built DR around testing and monitoring and knowing that you have a good replication engine in place, right? So what we've done in backup, which has been very successful, has actually been the engine that we use to build disaster recovery. And it's not just effectively moving data A to B. The real effective story is actually knowing that it's going to work as you would expect. In fact, little things like ensuring that your recovery time objective and recovery point objective are actually enforced. Those are things we can do today. Not just ensuring that it will work, but ensuring that it will occur in the time that you're expecting it to occur. So foundational tools, this is a very important part of a disaster recovery strategy, is to have engine components that are going to get that job done for you. So, at Veeam, we look at Veeam Backup and Replication as the replication engine to do that. We look at monitoring and analytics to be done by Veeam One. And we look at Veeam Data Labs to be that element that's that difference maker. That's the surprise. That's the part that, like I said, you have tools that you wouldn't expect from your backup product to do the testing of DR, to do the recovery validation, to do that penetration test, and plenty of other things, application migrations, modernizations, and the like. You have that other tool at your disposal. Those become effective stepping stones to being successful with disaster recovery. But the reality is there's a lot of challenges in that approach. First of all, existing disaster recovery approaches, like how many times have you as an IT pro had a situation where you gather on a Saturday afternoon to do a DR test, IT director provides free pizza, you're going to do the test, half of it fails, and you say you have the other half of it fixed by next year. That's not going to cut it today. So manual processes and resource-intensive and time-consuming approaches, along with lack of knowledge, because you have new applications that weren't there last year. So of course they're going to fail the DR test. All of these challenges walk you into a situation that's not going to be a good situation when it comes to a real DR event. And my thought here that if we have a lack of knowledge about our infrastructure, we have manual processes, and if it's resource-intensive, time-consuming, expensive, not scalable, and not very flexible, you're not going to have a good DR situation. Now, there's one exception in here, and that's when people take one specific application type of approach and try to build that app into a successful DR approach. But what do they have to do to get that? That might end up being resource intensive and effective, but it is unfortunately not complete for the rest of the organization and the rest of the IT footprint. So my thought here is that whether it's an ineffective process in general or something that does work but it's really not scalable and not economically feasible, we need to kind of work backwards onto the data and think about how do we implement a successful disaster recovery plan and have our backups as well. I'm looking for a way to draw the line between having your cake and eating it too. But the thought here is I really like to gravitate DR around storage. And I think that it's important to have multiple types of storage in multiple different places to then align to what you're wanting to do. And notice I put bare metal recovery in the mix here because I want to make sure that this is not just a virtual machine conversation, right? I have built my life around VMware and Hyper-V virtualization, or built my career, I should say. But even yet to this day, there still are first-class citizens in the data center that are not virtualized. And we have to think about that as well. So when we think about a storage angle, centralized place for backup data, backups in the cloud, backup copies off-site, and bare metal recovery for everything else, you can really walk into a way to draw up a number of different ways to be resilient for both orchestration of disaster recovery and having your backup data as well. And so when I think about orchestration of disaster recovery, I approach this very specifically. I want to move the data once and have everything I need. And what I mean by that is if I move the data from the production storage, and when I talk here about storage flexibility, I'm thinking about secondary storage, backup data, replication targets, okay? If I have that data moved from primary storage to secondary storage, I want to ideally do that once. Why would I want to do that only once? I don't want to put extra stress on production workloads, and I want to have the highest performance and the best storage efficiency possible. That's a backup point of view. So I look here to central storage, and I'll do my backups, and I'll put them relatively close to the source data. Great. Now I'll talk to something in a second that makes you think a little bit differently about that. But I'll walk from that central storage to my secondary copy of my backup data. And this is where things like bare metal recovery, either by replicas or by physical server recovery, backup copies on extra storage systems, or stuff stored in the cloud can help you be resilient, for one, against things like ransomware, but also be prepared for a good experience for a DR event. So if I have my backups going to central storage, what I like to do with Veeam Technologies is I have my backups. It's great. I'll read that to build my DR. So if you think about that, what does that mean? It means I'm going to take my backup from source data to central storage and have one copy of all the things I care about. In fact, I'd argue everything needs to be backed up, but not everything needs DR. A lot of times I talk to organizations and they really kind of cut it in thirds. There's 1/3 that is not necessarily 33%, but it's the most important group of stuff. That needs the best disaster recovery experience. Then there's this second set of stuff that needs disaster recovery, but honestly, it can be okay with like 3-day or a week recovery point objective, right, for off-site. And then there's this other third of stuff that just needs backup on-site. Honestly, we don't need to think about DR for it. Whatever your rules are, have that conversation with your business so you know. But the thought here is if you back everything up to central storage, you can then walk down to the right here and build backups in the cloud, build backup copies, have bare metal recovery, either replicated VMs or physical server recoveries, all from this same management plane, basically. And I want to put your head around something about how you can get this. And this is what Veeam has called the 3-2-1 rule. Now you'll notice I don't just write 3-2-1 down below because there's more to it nowadays. The 3-2-1 rule was actually started, I think, in the photography space, especially around when digital cameras were started, and thought was have 3 different copies of your data on 2 different media, one of which being off-site. It's a really good way of thinking about stuff. In fact, I like it because it doesn't require any specific technology, and it can address nearly any failure scenario. Now, we've manipulated the 3-2-1 rule here at Veeam a bit, and we like to say also throw one of them offline. Also introduce zero errors if you can have recovery verification. So that's that data lab capability that I spoke about. Now, it's starting to look like a zip code, but honestly, this zip code is ultimate availability if you ask me. If you can have 3 or more copies of your data on different media, one of which offsite, one of which offline, and have no errors, that's a zip code of happiness if you ask me. So the thought here is that you have many ways to accomplish this. And, this can be replicated virtual machines. This can be backups in certain ways in the form of backups on tape. Love or hate tape or have your own story about it. It's very resilient against ransomware. But if we think about putting backup data on disk or removable media or other types of storage options, we can build our replication plan as well. And if I look at a number of ways to go practically get started with building a DR strategy, you have to almost have your backups in really good shape. This is because I think it's important to have a very efficient storage play in that you read the source data once and read it effectively. Have your backups for your day-to-day disasters. From that, make sure that is sound. Make sure that's meeting the backup windows you have in place. Make sure everything is backed up that needs to be backed up. And by the way, it's okay not to back up some things. You just have to have the conversation with the business about it. I do a lot of work advocating around VMware tags. I actually tell people to make this tag called the no backup tag. Believe it or not, don't back it up as long as your business agrees with that. Why waste your CPU cycles? Why waste your backup storage if it doesn't need to be backed up? But anyways, have that backup approach and strategy implemented very well. And then from that, build out your recovery options. So I'm going to highlight 10 things here that you can do to improve that DR strategy. One is if you have the backups right, and then if you have a DR tool in place that's built off of that, you can actually entertain more aggressive recovery time objectives. You might have heard of Veeam's Instant VM Recovery, for example. That's a high-speed recovery technique. It's been copied by a lot of players in the industry, but the thought here is that you have a very high-speed recovery experience. Why not leverage that for either your DR or your backup recovery plans? I mentioned earlier that you can actually monitor your RPOs and RTOs, and that can include even ensuring that things restore timely and in an effective manner. Another tip that you can improve your DR strategy is make sure it is efficient at scale. This is interesting because a lot of times people will set up just a few things to get right or kind of right, but the reality is that's not enough, right? Best example is I spoke to one organization who supported a call center, and they moved the call center app to a DR arrangement, but then they have no way for the people to access it. So then, of course, it's not useful. There's, a call center app with nobody to process it or access it because they didn't provision remote access, that type of thing. Those are the things you need to think about because it's more than just the technology. I think you can get in a way where you have true DR from backups because you might actually solve that backup capabilities, and you can solve the amount of progress you have in your backup environments by getting that right to then build DR off of that. And then also a piece of advice here is to make this very application focused. This is something I've been advocating for a long time. Just looking at all these VMs or all these physical servers is good. But if you put it in an application perspective and align that to what the business needs, you'll be in a good shape. Frequently and thoroughly are very effective techniques, and I'd even go so far as to encourage some sabotage. One trick I heard of was, test the DR, but intentionally throw in an old domain controller and see how everything messes up. You end up learning a lot more about your apps. But that's only if you feel real good about things, right? That's only to really fine-tune your skills. Get the basics right, then you start doing that type of stuff. Detection and remediation can put you in a good spot as well when it comes to being able to address any problems that you might have. And then also some compliance angles. When I think compliance, a lot of times I think about, audits. But, sometimes it's not just that. It's one of those things where we want to have an audit that isn't just, the regulatory audit. It's one of those things where you want to be able to meet your retention expectations as well. So when I think about the compliance angle, it's also how much data does your business need to keep? You need to think about that. And if you don't know, have the conversation with your business on that. So at Veeam here, I've been a great storyteller. How we get this done is through Veeam Availability Orchestrator. And we just had a release where that product went to our version 2. That's our orchestrated DR product. And so it can build plans based on replication as well as backups. And the thought here is that if we want to orchestrate backup recovery, we can do that as well. Sorry for that. So at Veeam, we've also taken an approach here that we want to make it easy for you to go about having this type of experience. So we actually have made it pretty easy to try some of this. So I spoke a bit about having your backups right. So there's two ways. You can do a trial of Veeam Backup and Replication, or you can try our Community Edition, which is, those are both available in those links here, and you can get started with being able to see if you can make your backups better. If you can't get that QR code or, have some fun with the URL, just go to veeam.com. You can't miss it. Quick summary of what you can expect from Veeam in 2019. More VMware capabilities, more APIs, more cloud capabilities, as well as some new updates for basically all products, including our agents and network-attached storage backups are coming as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Q&A, David. Hopefully I stayed pretty good on time. I forgot for a moment what our situation was, but good thing for the answer. But do we have any questions come in?
We do, Rick. Yeah, great presentation as usual. So we do have some questions for you. The first one I'm curious about is this Veeam Orchestrator, Backup Orchestrator. I've never heard of this before. I learned about it right here from you. So I'm curious, is it a separate product? Is it included in the availability suite? How does that work?
Good question. It is a separate product, but you don't have to use it for everything. So my thought is, if you're using Veeam Backup and Replication to back up the masses of everything, your VMs, your agents, etc., but maybe these 13 apps need a disaster recovery engine. This is an orchestration engine that will ensure that they're recoverable. It'll report on it, and like I said, it'll tell you, you have everything you need to fail over, and I've tested it as of 8 a.m. today. That's what it'll do. And it'll do that every day. So little things like, the storage has grown 13% over the year, and now it won't fit in the DR site. Those are things that we're going to catch, right? Or the VM takes too long to boot in the DR site. Those are things we're going to catch. In fact, I should keep a running list of all the interesting things that the orchestrator has caught in my environment. But the big thing it has now is to orchestrate recovery of backups. So if you could say XYZ app is messed up, Veeam Availability Orchestrator can just restore everything for that app rather than just thinking of one VM, and you don't have to put it together that this VM needs this web server and this database and all that other stuff. So it's pretty awesome.
Wow, that is cool. I haven't heard of that. I'd like to try it for myself. So cool things I'm learning about on this event along with everyone else. I popped up a poll question for everyone out there in the audience. Just make sure you check that out on the screen. This is a multi-select question, so feel free to select more than one option there. A question just came in. Ravi is asking, does Veeam Agent, is it file system consistent or app consistent on Linux VMs? Rick?
Oh, good question. Yeah, so it's definitely going to be file system consistent, and it can be application consistent through some scripting. And I'll give you a little hint, Robbie, that later in the year we're going to have an update that's going to introduce application consistency for two popular Linux databases. So I'll go one further and say that you can also do it with Oracle, with RMAN already. So yes, and yes for more, and if not yes, then we can script it.
Okay, nice. A lot of options there. Another question here. I think you mentioned this, but when it comes to Veeam, what's the difference between backup and DR?
The difference between backup and DR is really comes down to how do you need to get out of a problem. I need to get a file back, or I need to reset everything. That's different, right? And when you look at the market of other products that also do replication or backup and replication, you walk into a situation where I think it's important to have, like I said, not moving the source data too many times, because then you're hitting a read IOPS on primary. But the difference is a lot of times can be sorted out by just playing with the tools, But backup is your day-to-day disasters. DR is the major event, and having the capability to do everything in between is important.
Okay, nice. That's an important differentiation because I think a lot of people just think of them as one and the same. What about cloud? I know we've got a module here coming up. David Chapa is going to talk about cloud disaster recovery. What clouds does Veeam support? And I know it's cool that you can do disaster recovery yourself with Veeam if you had a secondary data center, but do any of those clouds offer like disaster recovery as a service?
Service providers, we can do this all the time right now with Veeam, but the issue is that we have a situation where the public cloud introduces a lot of refactoring of apps, and that's my caution, right? If we're talking about DR to the cloud from on-premises, what kind of changes need to happen to make that work, right? Is that part of the process? Now, I can tell you at Veeam we're researching this very specifically. Veeam integrates right now already with Amazon and Azure, and then we can protect workloads in those clouds, and we can protect in any cloud with our agents for Windows and Linux. But we're looking at a situation in a market trend where we need to be very specific and careful about refactoring applications. That's the one thing I want to caution people when they think about the cloud. The only exception would be like VMware Cloud on AWS. That's an angle where you don't really have to refactor on-premises IT infrastructure that much to leverage that type of cloud. So like we can orchestrate DR to that today. But that's my word of caution to the market.
Okay. So when you say refactor your apps, you mean like, well, I can't restore my VMDK into an AWS Amy, and just run it as an instance on EC2, right? Is that the type of problems you're talking about?
Yeah, well, that and where's the, do I have that VPC network all set up exactly the same as on premises? Do I have an activation server that's going to handle my Windows key management in the cloud? Can I tell my workloads to go to the Amazon one? And, have I thought about licensing in the cloud? I mean, these are things that when I say refactor, you have to think about.
Okay, good clarification, yeah. And then, you talked about not refactoring. You've got partners. I know we've had some of the partners on, like iLand, Phoenix Map, companies like that, where I can use Veeam to back up on-premises into their cloud and not refactor. Is that true?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, that becomes the one thing that both of those service providers, which are really good Veeam partners, do is they'll use a lot of multi-tenant solutions based on VMware, for example. And that matches what organizations are doing on premises. So that refactoring is minimal in that situation.
Okay, cool. Well, I think that's all the time we have in our Q&A session here. But, if people want to get started with Veeam, what do you recommend?
Just go to veeam.com, download a trial, watch a webinar, some of the things that we have more specific on products up there. And, just make some noise on Twitter. Hit me up if you got a question beyond that. But, no, David, nice checking in with you, and enjoy the rest of the training day.
Excellent. Thanks so much for being on the event today, Rick. I put your info up there. Hit Rick up on Twitter at Rick Vanover. And thank you, Rick, for being on. Thank you, Veeam, for supporting today's event. For more information, visit veeam.com. And now it's time for another gift card giveaway on today's event. This gift card is going out to Edsel Barrios from Missouri. Congratulations, Edsel Barrios from Missouri. We've got one more gift card to give away at the end of today's event. And with that, I'll hand it back to Mr. David Chapa for more training on architecting your disaster recovery strategy.
Entering the home stretch of this training. Thank you so much for hanging with us. We are going to talk about architecting a solution. So this is not like shopping for a solution. This is actually taking all the information that you've gathered throughout all the other previous modules. So, start with the basics. We talked about this earlier, but staff. Again, this is not about looking at the staff and saying, oh, they're not trained or they don't have the skill set. It's just understanding, is the staff I have able to deliver? So let's start with that. Do I fully understand the objectives and the key requirements of the business? What are the recovery needs? And then, of course, let's go through the solution assessment. How do you actually create a selection criteria to make sure you're picking the right solution? And this one is a little bit of a sticky one, and we'll get to that when I get to those slides. But I want everyone to kind of just have an open mind as we go through this. Your staff is the most important element, I think, in all of this. Is your staff trained properly to meet the objectives of the solution you're proposing? In other words, an example is there was a company out in New Jersey. I won't tell you which company it was, but they decided through a partner that it was best for them to move everything they had, all workloads included, to the cloud. And they were told everything was dropped about 48%, costs were going to reduce, everything would be very, very good. Once they moved everything to the cloud, once they moved all the workloads there, they quickly realized that they didn't have the proper training for their staff to manage the workloads in the cloud. There were new tool sets, new platforms, new things they had to look at, and their staff was not adequately trained. So, not that they had bad staff, but they had a staff they had to retrain. And so the savings in cost really wasn't there because they had to spend so much additional revenue in training their staff and then hiring additional staff to kind of fill that gap. So assess your staff today. Understand where they're at. This is an important asset for you. Business objectives and key requirements. Have you gone through discovery? Do you fully understand the objectives and the initiatives around what the business or the business units are trying to accomplish? That's very important. If you have a clear line of sight to those objectives and initiatives, that's going to help you with the next step here, key requirements. So understand what your key objectives are and understand what your initiatives are. That means that your key requirements in order to keep these things going is X, Y, and Z. Do you have all those blanks filled? Again, that comes through discovery. Asking all those questions, you might think a little silly, but gets you all the information you need so you can create this plan, you can create this strategy going forward. And what are the recovery needs? Between a business interruption and a declaration of disaster, what is that predetermined time that you have set with the business? Do you have that figured out? And are you able to clearly articulate that across the different business units? So in other words, if you're in a business interruption, does your staff understand this is not a time for declaration of disaster? Are those recovery needs, are they reasonable? Sometimes you'll have conversations like I have with leaders in IT and outside the IT who say, look, we need to have this back within 30 minutes if it goes down. And from an IT perspective, we should say that's fine. But this is what it's going to cost to do 30 minutes. So understanding that it's reasonable and within the budget and within the scope of the project is another very, very important thing for you to have documented and everyone have eyes on and visibility to, and that your executive sponsor or whoever is sponsoring the project also fully understands. Now, how to assess if the solution is actually going to work for your environment? What are the key acceptance criteria that you want to have set up? You have got to eliminate your bias. There might be a vendor that you really like, but you need to eliminate the bias so that you can create this acceptance criteria that is a even playing field. So what are the key criteria that you want to look at and become triggers for your selection of the solutions? That's real important, and eliminate your bias. So now we're looking at architecting this solution. What are we going to be doing here? The big thing about the solution is about recovery. We talked about that earlier. So what's a recovery heat index look like? I would use the business impact analysis, or at least the discovery discussions you've had. What's the mission of the business? What are the key platforms, the applications, and systems that we need to pay attention to? And understand the cost versus loss of unprotected data, the cost versus access to unsecured data. By that I mean you may have laptops that have company information on it that you can't get access to. Maybe there's no connectivity, there's no agent, they're not on the network. You might have a consultant there that's doing some work and has some critical information. So all this needs to be fully understood so that you can have this discussion, so you can go out and create the solution in the right way and make sure you're meeting all the needs of the business. So unprotected data that's unsecure, finding out all this information, what does that mean to you? And of course, the key applications and systems. How are those going to be protected? 90% of you are probably in a virtualized environment with a small percentage of some physical machines. So make sure that whatever solution you're looking at will support both your physical and your virtual environment. Now, there may be some edge cases where you may have two solutions running in your environment. One is specifically for your physical, and the other is specifically for your virtual. Now, that may be the way you have to go until you retire that physical platform and the application that it is associated with. So consider all of those things. As you go forward, make sure you're creating a weighted chart. How important is a physical agent to protect our environment? We have maybe 2% of machines are physical. We have maybe 10% of the machines are physical. How critical are those? Are those set up for retirement anytime soon? Understanding all of these things is critically important as you go through and create your assessment criteria. I'm going to reinforce this again, the classification framework. Understanding the data buckets that you're going to protect. Mission critical, critical, and deferred. Those three things. And you can create different buckets yourself. I do this because it's pretty easy and simple. But I've got mission critical, critical, and deferred. And that helps me set up a priority for my recovery. So I look at the data. Yep, this is very, very important, uber important. So this is mission critical. And this is very important. This is my critical. And we can do without this for several hours, for several months, for several weeks, whatever it is. Identify those data buckets so you can use that in your assessment criteria. Now, looking at solutions that offer you a bunch of different options. Let's say you have remote access requirements. What are the solutions you're looking at offer as far as protecting machines that are mobile, that roam around? So we talked a lot about unprotected data on laptops. So how do we make sure that we cover those bases as best as we can? And also understand the order of recovery. Everyone knows on this call, I'm sure, that you can't bring up an application first and expect it to go get the data when the database isn't running yet. So you have an order of recovery. You also know that you can't bring up the database if the storage isn't there. So order of recovery. Understand what that order of recovery is. Like I said, there's some solutions out there that have automation and orchestration built in. So it'll actually help you identify what needs to come up first. If you have access to those kind of solutions, If you like that kind of feature, make sure you write that down, that that's something that you absolutely want and need in your solution. So when you evaluate these, you can have that as a selection criteria. Again, I know I'm repeating myself about the audit process. Please, please, please subscribe to a third-party validation service. Someone that will go through your plan and your strategy and literally pick it apart, ask you questions about it, challenge you a little bit. Make sure that your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. I think it's really, really important to make sure you go through this effort. You've put a lot of work in to create these plans and these strategies. And it makes sense that you would then go make sure that it's validated against somebody who has no emotional attachment to it, who's coming in from the outside, taking a look and see, well, what are they doing, how are they doing it, and will it be successful? If you're looking at cloud, and we'll talk about that in future modules, but looking at cloud and maybe some other service providers that do DR, they may very well be able to help you be a third-party evaluator of your plan and strategy. By all means, avoid self-audits 100%. In other words, if that's the only thing you're doing is a self-audit 100% of the time, avoid that. At all costs, avoid that. My example about the developer that does his own QA should resonate with many of you. It's okay to do that maybe once, twice a year, but make sure you get a third-party validation. So important. You got to test, you got to test, you got to test. Measure the results. Understand what you're trying to achieve so that you can then grade those results as you're going through the assessment criteria. As you go through and assess the solutions, make sure that you are hitting the things that you are focused on. If recovery time is critical to you, make sure you're measuring that across the board. And make sure you have an action plan to improve or enhance a solution. In other words, the vendors you're looking at, many of them will say, well, on the roadmap, we have X, Y, and Z. The important thing for you to realize is X, Y, and Z, while they're not there, sound good, should not be a decision factor for you today. Now, if they're able to meet your objectives for your solution criteria, and you like what they're looking at from a roadmap perspective, then that's something you want to roll in and make that as part of your decision. But if the product you're evaluating does not deliver on some of the things that these roadmap items will, but you're hopeful that it'll come out soon, don't include that in your selection criteria. As much as you want to try and do that, to sway it one way or the other, don't do that. You're setting yourself up. And I would hate for you to go through this long, arduous process only to find yourself feeling like you've fallen short. Roadmaps are great, vision is great, but what's on the truck today is what is going to work in your environment, and that is the most important thing. I love the roadmaps too. I love the vision discussions. I think they're fantastic. But make sure you've got an action plan of what's happening today. And then if they got improvements and enhancements coming down the road in the roadmap, wonderful. Have that part of your documentation. So now when you go through this, make sure you're thinking about these KPIs, right? These key performance indicators. Make sure they're specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. Now, like Peter Drucker's thing, what's measured improves. And roadmap items that's not in a product cannot be measured. So make sure that you keep that in the back of your mind as you evaluate all these solutions. So some of the things to think about as you're looking at these solutions, examples. Time to declaration to DR execution. That may be something you want to measure. Okay, so we declare a disaster. So how long till we execute and the execution is complete? That's a great way to measure it. Do your DR test, the results, and then the audit across the board as you're evaluating the solutions. Does it make sense? Why was one better than the other? And the time to business as usual. I think that's probably the most important thing to the business itself, is how quickly can we bring our business back to normal operations. So this will be a hard one to test, right? Because as you're going through the solution acceptance criteria, you're going to have to be in a controlled environment, which is okay, but make sure you're doing every single one of the tests in the same controlled environment, the same way. Can you get to business as usual within a reasonable time, whatever that time is? So test that out, and then compare that across the board. I've got another one in here too called time to Tier 1 system resumption. So whatever is that mission critical system you have, and you've set out with the business saying, look, we can get that recovered in X time, make sure the solutions that you're advertising will get back in X time, you can do that with. That's a very, very important item to document. And these are things that are after the fact. Customer satisfaction rating. You know what? Your customers, your end users are the ones that are going to look at you and say, they're doing a great job, or, oh my gosh, I can't believe we were down for that long. So always go back to your customers. Always find out what they're thinking. And remember I talked about the power users several modules ago. Talk with the power users and have them kind of get on the system. Have them see what happens when you get the recovery done and if they're able to do their job. That's an important test criteria. And of course, the revenue impact analysis. Again, hard to do during a solution assessment and when you're going through selecting the solution, but it's something that you can measure. You start looking at a broad stroke and say, well, we've done these 3 business units and we've done it into a virtual environment and we were able to recover by this amount of time. And that revenue impact, if we didn't do that in this time, would have been X, Y, and Z. That's very, very important to lay out for the business, especially as you go and say, look, we've selected these top 2 solutions, and these top 2 solutions are going to cost X, whatever that number is. But then you can show why and what the results were and what the expectations of the business will be if we select one of these 2 solutions. Make sure you have the pros and the cons for both, and the trade-offs, if there are any, for both. So again, unbiased selection. Take your logo wardrobe off and just focus on the solution itself and the criteria you have established. Even if it's an existing solution in your environment, focus on what your selection criteria really is, and do that as much as you can without having a bias toward one or the other. How do these align with your goals? And remember, your goals are being established by alignment all the way up to your CEO or president, right? So based on those top 3 goals or 5 goals, and based on the goals from the business managers and then down below, how do your goals align to those goals? And how will you help achieve the top line goals overall? That's important. Even in data protection, disaster recovery, that's important, believe it or not, because we can make or break some of those goals by the solutions that we select. Some will do paper evaluations, and some of that might be okay. I personally believe that proof of concept is one of the best ways for you to really evaluate. Now, if you have 7 solutions that you're looking at right now, clearly trying to do a proof of concept across 7 solutions within a defined time frame will be difficult and challenging. So you may have to go through a paper evaluation to reduce that number down. But once you get that reduced down to 3, maybe 5 at the most, make sure you're going through a proof of concept. And you can see how this will work in a somewhat live environment. So you heard me say it earlier, but my goal for you is that you would reduce it down to no more than 3. Top would be 5 the solution vendors for you to evaluate and shortlist. Heck, I'd like to see you do 2. But whatever you choose, make sure it's not going to consume your entire team. And make sure you can remain focused, and make sure that you can get through the entire selection criteria testing that you've established without compromise. Don't let the architecture drive you. We talked about that before. If it's on the roadmap and there's a vision on that, that's great. If it's not in the product, it cannot be part of your selection criteria unless the product meets your goals today, but can meet them faster and more efficient tomorrow with these roadmap and vision items. Just don't let roadmap and vision items become part of your proof of concept. If it can't be tested, it can't be evaluated. Okay, now we're going to talk about cloud-based data protection and disaster recovery. Now, everything we've talked about up until now is applicable no matter if you're on-prem or you're looking at a cloud solution. So I just want to make sure we understand that. But a lot of the principles of data protection and disaster recovery will apply irrespective of which platform or which mode of operation you choose. And that's the first bullet point here. All the principles, again, they apply. The only challenge that cloud presents necessarily is network. So you could have some constraints due to the network bandwidth that you have available to you and or the volume of the data you're trying to push or move up to the cloud. And depending on your cloud provider and the services they offer, recovery time objectives, they might be a little bit different. So you need to understand what those are and do they fit into your requirements for your organization. An option for you too could be recovery in the cloud to the compute in the cloud. So if you have your data there because you've been trickling data up, you've been replicating data up, and it's part of your DR plan, you declare disaster, and now you need to bring up your system or systems as quickly as possible. An option for you is to have compute in the cloud that can then have access to that data in that same cloud and then provide your customers or your end users access. And it may be for a limited group, not for the entire organization, but again, for that mission critical bucket we talked about, this could be an option for your disaster recovery scenarios. So you have options with cloud too, hybrid and or all in. So I'm sure everyone has heard the word hybrid cloud and understand what that means. If not, hybrid cloud simply means you're balancing between on-prem, your own organization's data center, and some cloud service or cloud provider that you have subscribed to. You can have all your data and all your compute in the cloud, and that would be an all-in or a public-private cloud type of solution setup. Or again, having that balance between on-prem and cloud. Remember, it's about the network though. Looking at the data you're going to be moving up to the cloud through your solution, understand if you're able to achieve those goals. Even if you're trickling data up, understand if you can get all that data in the time frame that you need to hit your goals and your service level agreements. So how much data has to be moved to the cloud? Maybe there's a certain group of business units that you're moving to the cloud for disaster recovery purposes. Maybe that is a mode of operation you've selected and you decided this makes a lot more sense for this group. So how much data does that consist of? And look at solutions that give you the ability to constantly trickle data up to the cloud. Or during your backup process, it's able to very efficiently move the data incrementally from your on-prem storage to your cloud storage. Again, to that data protection function. So the other things to consider as well, I'm going to talk a lot about disaster recovery in the cloud, but the other thing to consider as well is data protection. So what are your modes of operation and your functions for data protection when it comes to cloud? Well, there's backup as a service, as we all have heard, and that would be a cloud-based solution. So backup as a service, where you may have agents that are backing up your machines. You may have API integrated solutions. You also may have a backup as a service solution that is a hybrid solution. Now, those hybrid solutions would have an appliance on-prem, and the command control, if you will, of that appliance, that backup server on-prem, would be triggered by a schedule, and then go off and back up all of your machines, your virtual environments, whatever you have on-prem, to that local appliance. That local appliance then would replicate or trickle that data up to the storage on the back end in the cloud. And now that makes it for a very good option and solution, especially if you have larger amounts of data. Because when you look at recovery from the cloud, as I was mentioning, it can be a bit of a challenge. We'll talk more about that next slide here. But recovery from the cloud can take a little time, especially if it's a large volume of data. When you are backing up to an appliance that's on-prem and you need to recover a file, a folder, a volume, well, you have faster access because you have that data there on-prem, and you can do that recovery. The nice thing about this kind of solution is you have not only the ability to do faster recoveries because you have the data on-prem sitting on the appliance for 7 to 14 days, however you measure it out, but then you could also have, from your DR perspective and your offsite recovery perspective, have that appliance consistently trickle out data, replicating data offsite to that cloud backend storage. So that's another way of looking at solutions to select for your environment. Can I get a solution that's got high performance restore, but yet still also gives me the flexibility and portability of data in the cloud? And those are some of the things to look at. And I told you the next slide we're talking about recovery. So you're going to choose recovery in the cloud or recovery from the cloud. So if you're recovering in the cloud, kind of what I was talking about the previous slide, then you have compute that's in the cloud. That's going to be configured to match your systems on-prem or close to it. And that compute that you're recovering in the cloud will then have access or gain access to the data you have now in the cloud for your disaster recovery purposes. So if you're recovering from the cloud, again, I have to stress this point, you'll be moving data from the cloud back to your on-prem storage. So measure that recovery performance. What's that going to look like? How long will that take? What groups of data or data sets will I include in this? Understand if the data is coming back to the on-prem appliance, or if it comes directly back to your virtual infrastructure. If you're restoring your entire virtual infrastructure or your single virtual machine, understand that about the recovery process from your backup providers that you are evaluating and looking to review. Because you want to make sure that your recovery is going to be meeting your own SLAs, your own objectives. Don't get blindsided by a feature that you may have missed because you forgot to ask the question. The recovery is really important. That's why earlier I talked about proof of concept versus a paper evaluation, that it is the way to go to evaluate the solutions and ensure it fits your requirements for your environment. And let's understand the best case scenario for our recovery. What's the worst case scenario for our recovery? I would say test and validate your recovery from the cloud pretty regularly. But understand the gaps that you have in a solution as it relates to network is important, because that's another level of exposure you need to be aware of and you need to document. So everyone has their eyes on it, everyone has a full understanding. Yep, this is something that we've agreed to. If we do recovery from the cloud, this is the potential exposure from a worst case scenario we have, but this is the best case scenario. And so hopefully we fall somewhere in between the best and the worst case when we're doing our recovery from the cloud. Now, like I said about recovery in the cloud, that's a matter of having the compute and having the storage and data available, so you can give access to your customers to that compute environment. Now, other considerations: are you looking at multiple cloud providers? Maybe you have a cloud provider for compute and a cloud provider for your storage, for your backup repository. If that's the case, make sure there's a clear sight to how these two will integrate together, and make sure the network performance is there as well. Get SLAs from your cloud providers. Read them. Understand them. Understand where their responsibility ends and where yours begins. And I think I've said this probably 100 times throughout this training, but testing and validating is critical, especially when you're looking at something like this. So commit to testing and validating the recovery process with each and every change that you make, because as you know, we can make the smallest of changes, and then when we try to perform a recovery, we have inconsistent behaviors in our recovery process. Remember, throughout this presentation and training, I've talked about consistency and repeatability. So always validating and always testing after you make an enhancement or you make a change, to validate that you can deliver on the SLAs that you have outlined for the business units. So testing, very important. Validating that you can achieve those goals, very, very important. Okay, we are at the tail end of our training. We have just this last module that I'll probably break up into two components. Next steps, creating the plan. What's that going to look like? Remember early on I said the plan, when you start creating a strategy and a plan and present that, it's going to look and feel a little bit more like a business plan than maybe a traditional data protection, disaster recovery plan that maybe you've created in the past. This is a little bit different because we're taking into consideration all the aspects of the business, all of the requirements of the business, and everything that we have learned through discovery. Okay, so the plan proposal outline. Now this is a proposal. This is something that I have done in the past. It's worked quite well for a lot of my customers. You might want to add, delete, modify some of these things, but let's kind of go through some of the highlight items. Executive summary. So what's the purpose of the plan? So here you're going to write out the purpose. Why did we start this project to begin with? And then the main objectives and the goals. And those could be things that you have learned from the top 3 to 5 goals of the CEO, and then how they kind of marry down to the direct reports of that CEO or president, and then how the business unit managers or leaders, their goals tie in, and ultimately how IT has then laid out its own objectives and goals for this project, perhaps. Next thing is, who are the sponsors? So remember I talked about making sure you have an executive sponsor, always helpful with a big project like this. Who are the IT sponsors, maybe the business leader sponsors, any key stakeholders like the power users, database administrators, storage admins, everyone on your team, and everyone that's dotted line to your team should be included in this plan. If you did a business impact analysis, make sure you roll in the content from that report. Identify the risk and associated loss for each business unit. Again, this is something the executives will want to look at to get a good idea and understanding of the overall impact. It's amazing. if you've never done a budget before in your life and you sit down and do a budget and you identify where you're spending money, it starts to become very eye-opening. This is one of these things that can happen when you deliver it to an executive, start looking at the impact the loss of this particular business unit could have. It could change the game. So having that there is very important. Now, if you did not do a business impact analysis, that's okay. If you went through the other discovery process that I suggested, what's the mission of the organization or for each business unit, identify that, and then identify the revenue associated with it based on the input from the business leaders that you interview. So just make sure you have your content there. Make sure you have it structured right. You also want to look at what is your continuity strategy. So what is the strategy to mitigate a business interruption, right? So what's your strategy to avoid that turning into a disaster? Because remember, business interruption is anything that exceeds that predetermined time before you have to declare a disaster. So make sure you kind of roll out the definition and the ideals of the plan and your strategy. I know this is not going to sit well with some of you. I am a firm believer in IT transparency. If my team is not able to deliver on the service requests being asked of us by the business, I want the business to know. Now, I don't want them to take a look at us in IT and say, well, they can't do anything. It's not the purpose of this. The purpose of this is to set out an expectation across the board for everybody. This is the direction we need to head. We understand where our gaps are in data protection, disaster recovery. We understand we want to move to cloud. We understand we want to expand some of the features and capabilities of our current solution. My staff requires more training. I don't currently have the appropriate number of headcount, maybe. I don't currently have the skill level that I need. Whatever that is, whatever those gaps are that you identified, present them in a positive light, not a negative light. This is not about, again, degrading IT, not even close, but laying out the expectations. If we go down this route, then we will need to shore up our IT team, and this is the strategy of how we're going to do this. Okay? So, IT assessment, IT transparency, call it whatever you'd like to call it. I think it's very, very important. And you will find more friends than enemies who want to take you out when you say, look, my team is great at doing X, Y, and Z, but we want to go off and do these other things. I require a little more training and a couple more headcount in these areas, and this is why. So some of you might be going, oh no, not a financial assessment. I don't do these. I'm in IT. You can get the help of people in a finance department. You can get other people across the business units to help you cross-functionally work together on this. This is not just an IT pillar you're putting down to the ground. This is a cross-functional plan, a proposal that you have worked with the business units to create. So now we look at solution costs. Now that could simply be the cost of the software license. But we all know that underneath that software license cost, there could be other expenses that we need to represent and understand, such as, do I need more headcount? Remember we talked about my IT gaps, my assessment. Do I need more headcount? Do I need more hardware? Is there a CapEx piece to this? Is there an OpEx piece? What is it? And then let's talk about the ROI. What's my return on investment if we do this? What's the total cost of ownership? And the vendors can help you with this, but you also want to make sure that those are validated by other people, okay? So those are great tools to have, great things to present. They're even better presented when they are validated by an independent third party or by someone internal, like in your finance department. And remember, when you're looking at TCO, this is why TCO is pretty important. You might get wrapped around the axle a little bit. You start looking at the total cost of the solution. I'll throw a number out. Let's say it's going to be a $10 million solution. And that might seem to be extraordinarily expensive for your environment. Or you might be saying, that's not expensive for us at all. But think of some number that would be just totally out of whack for your norm. That's why the TCO, the total cost of ownership, is very important. So based on everything that you've gathered, based on all the knowledge you have about the business unit, about the risk of loss, about the revenue impact, you can now get help again from someone in finance to build out a real solid TCO. Because while you might be investing $10 million today, as you start looking at the savings, right, the cost savings, the mitigation of failure and loss and disaster, over time, that is what's going to help you see the bigger picture. And then you can share that bigger picture with the executive. So ROI is really good. What's my return on investment? But the total cost of ownership, that is a very, very powerful vehicle that I think you can use very, very successfully. Okay, so let's take a look now at the next section, let's call it, in the proposal of the outline. Business continuity. So we all talk about disaster recovery plans. What are we going to do as far as avoiding disasters? I didn't talk a lot about that during the training, but it was all interwoven in the dialogue. So as we look at the business interruptions, and we have that predetermined amount of time before we have to declare disaster, what are some of the things that we're doing to avoid that? Well, having a good, solid data protection plan is one of those disaster avoidance strategies and plans. So that's something you're going to outline in there. There might be additional hardware and software. Maybe you've got snapshot replication going on. That's going to avoid any kind of smoking hole scenario in your primary data center. There's a lot of things to look at. Your disaster avoidance, your business continuity strategy, lay that out so that could be all in your plan and in your proposal. And then outline the key metrics. What are some of the things that you want everyone to know that you're focused on from an IT perspective? Is it time to resolution? Is it time to recovery? Is it time to business as usual? Is it a customer satisfaction rating? Whatever those things are, make sure you include it in this plan. And then this becomes a discussion tool as well. As you kind of go through these final stages, this becomes a discussion tool, and you can now negotiate, let's say, with the executives. If they say, well, no, we want time to resolution to be shorter, that's fine. You are prepared because you have done all of your due diligence and all of your research to come back with a proper response of that's going to cost this much more money. And based on the discovery and the TCO, we believe that this solution, while not the most expensive, is going to be the one that will be best suited for our environment. So like I said, it's a great discussion tool. It opens things up, and you're going to find executives that will challenge you, and that's okay. They want to see where the weak points are. So now, recovery plan. What is that? What does that look like? So if you've got a data protection plan, who's responsible, chief people that are responsible, secondary people are responsible, maybe tertiary people. And this is the first bullet point about that predetermined time. This is determine your declaration criteria. What does it mean when we declare a disaster? And you have to stick to that. Now, again, this is another discussion point. This is what we believe, based on everything we have learned. What does the global business believe that we should be looking at? And again, if that becomes a shorter time than what you have proposed, then that becomes another solution discussion of expense and cost. Who's the DR team? Tasks and responsibilities, secondaries and responsibilities, tertiaries even, and responsibilities. You have a call tree. Who gets called first? Who gets called second? And then who takes that responsibility to call the rest of the people on the tree? Who has the responsibility? Who has the power? Who has the authority to declare a disaster? And then how do you define a process of business as usual? Does that mean that everything is up and running up in the cloud on cloud compute and running off the cloud storage? Or is business as usual everything back on-prem running on your own hardware and your own storage? So those are factors that you need to work through and understand within your own environment. It's not common across the board. It's going to be unique to every environment. Applications, your systems, and your data. Make sure you include business cases, right? Why are we including certain applications? Why are we excluding certain applications? Why are we including these systems and excluding those systems? I thought Tom said that his systems were more important to our business than anybody, but you have him down in the fifth tier here. So have your business cases ready. Again, this will come out of all the interviews that you've had with the business unit leaders, and you will have that prioritization. Remember I talked about stack ranking or prioritizing the BUs? This is where you start building in that business case. Now I understand this is a lot of work, and you've probably taken notes, you probably put your pen down by now and said, I'm not doing this. But trust me on this one. It is a task, and it is laborious. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. But I will tell you something. When you are done with this, IT will be the brightest shining star in that entire organization, because you will have a very crystal clear picture of what the business does, what the business needs, and how do you mitigate the risk of loss in the event of a disaster, however you declare what those are, determine what those are. So trust me on this one. I know it's a lot of work. It is worth it in the end. Now, some of you are managers on this line. You probably are like, this is the section I've been waiting for. All right, let's talk about the KPI section. So KPI, key performance indicators. What are the things we're going to look at to define our success? Well, one of the things we want to make sure we're doing is we have consistent review cycles, consistent test cycles, and consistent audit cycles. Again, if we're not doing those things, then we're not doing ourselves justice, and we're not giving ourselves the pat on the back that we need after going through all of this work. So those are very, very important that you include that in the KPI summary section of this proposal. How are all the KPIs going to be measured? I think that's an important determination as well. How are we going to measure these things? And then what are our plans for improvement? Okay, we're going to take a short break. You guys can refill your coffee or your water or whatever beverage you happen to have next to you, and then we will get to the very last module and we'll close this training out. I do appreciate your attention throughout this entire day. I know it's been long, but I hope it's been very, very helpful. We'll be right back. To you, congratulations, and thank you so much for hanging here with me throughout this entire training. I know from personal experience, I know how long and how daunting these trainings can be. So I applaud you for hanging in there. There's a lot of information in this presentation, and I have not touched probably the deepest parts of it yet. I'm trying to give you an overview. I'm trying to give you these highlights that you can go back to your environment and use and drive some of these things home. You know, the good news is, you know, you have this information, so you can go back now to your environment. You can have these conversations, and you don't feel like you're alone. You've got my contact information from Actual Tech Media, so feel free to contact me. Don't go through this by yourself. I understand. It's hard. And believe me, when I was going through this deck and I was using this deck with my clients, I saw many people check out. And I get that. I understand that. Because it's hard, man. It's not the easiest thing in the world. And when we're in IT, we look at solutions. We look at the problems we can solve, and we go and find something, we go and do it. This is very, very different because we're focused on the business. We're focused on the mission. We're We're focused on revenue. We're focused on impact of loss. And so it requires a cross-functional operation. So I am very, very proud of all of you that are still here. Thank you so much. Let's go through this and then give you some final thoughts on the training and what I think you ought to think about. This should be a no-brainer though, right? Be prepared. If you didn't get that through this presentation, I failed my job. Be prepared. When disaster strikes, be prepared. Have your plan, have your strategy. Know your call tree, know who's responsible, know the vendors that should be called in, if you need to have vendors. And test regularly. My goodness gracious, I think I said this last module. This is probably the 101st time I've said this. Test, test, test. We all know when we make changes, there is a good probability that our results might differ. They may differ. We don't know. And we don't know that until we test. Test and validation in IT is so important. And I know it's easy for us to say, you know what? I didn't change that much. There's no reason why that should change the result. And that's true. There is no reason. But you've got so many other factors. So testing regularly, you've got to make sure you do it. It's got to be part of your plan. And I think an important thing too is celebrate yourself. Show your results. Celebrate what you've been able to do. This is not the time to be humble and hide this under the covers. Hey, if you've been able to avoid a business interruption that could have turned to a disaster, celebrate that. The business needs to know that. The end users need to know that. Hey, IT is doing their job. Don't go swiping that credit card somewhere else. Come to IT. We can provide you the service that you need because we have a plan, we have a strategy, and oh, by the way, we have this risk mitigation plan that's been successful. So celebrate that. That's real important. And I know you might think that, well, we're done, we signed it, we delivered it to the executive management, and we don't have to talk to these guys ever again. No. Keep on having those conversations. Those are so important to it. Because you've already built a relationship. Maintain that relationship. How are things going? What are you looking at? Are there new acquisitions coming up? How should we be responding to your needs? My goodness, that's so important for that business to know IT is right there beside me. We're going to drive business. We're going to drive into new markets and expand our brand because we know IT is right there and they understand what we're trying to do because you've taken the time to do that. So don't let that fall by the wayside. Now, certainly, as things come in, make sure you have a good change control management plan for this. And you can't always do that when you have an acquisition. You've got to move very, very quickly. But I would say, for the most part, you can have a good, solid change management plan in place. As long as you communicate that to everybody, everyone will be okay with that. I would say this, money talks. Money talks, you know what walks. So take advantage of the fact that you have all the resources from your discovery process. If you have avoided a business interruption that could have led to a disaster, maybe it could have led to a disaster previously before you got to this new state. Understand what that would have been. Would that have been 2 hours down, 4 hours down? What does the business say about how much they would lose? Represent that. Show them that, you know what? Because we've had so many days of uptime and we had this one business interruption that we've avoided declaring disaster on, we were able to avoid losing X amount of dollars. And that will speak volumes. Because you're right there, shoulder to shoulder with the business. Driving revenue. They're driving it, you're protecting it. It's a fantastic thing to have a metric on. So make sure you understand how to do that. And if you don't know how to do that, ask the business. They're right there with you. I want to give you 5 primary key takeaways. From an IT perspective, know the business of the business. What does that mean? Well, number one, from an IT perspective, understand your core business. What are you doing? Who do you work for? What is their core mission? Now, from an IT perspective, when you're working with the business unit leaders and managers, do they understand what your business is? From an IT perspective, do they understand what you do? If they don't, educate them. Let them understand what you do and why sometimes it may be time consuming and why sometimes you might not be able to get to their request in a day, in 2 hours, in 3 days. So this is transparency across the board between the business and IT, but know the business of the business. Always set up these regular cross-functional meetings because it's going to give you awareness into what they're thinking. It's going to give them awareness in what you're thinking too. Well, you know, we're looking at this, and this could help us in these areas. We'd like to get some feedback from you. You'd be surprised how well those meetings would go across. So as you are learning the business of the business and you're teaching the business of IT to the non-IT professionals, that's going to change the game. Again, you're building a relationship. You're sharing. You're being transparent. Again, transparency is key in this whole equation. You do not want to come across as being the department that can do everything and anything, no matter what time of day. You want to be the department that comes across and says, look, we can bring a solution to you. We need to understand it. And once we understand it, then we will give you the proper assessment. Where we sit as far as IT goes, can we deliver? Where our hardware sits, can it deliver? And if we have the right software. So teach the business of IT. Here's test again. See, this is the 102nd time, I think. Audit, review, and test. I will not stop saying this. Because if you're not auditing, if you're not reviewing, if you're not testing regularly, you will not be successful. You will get lucky. Luck in this world of IT is not success. If you can't repeat it consistently, time over time, it's called luck. And generally speaking, in our world, and you all know this, we get lucky when we don't follow through. Make sure you're doing the audits. Make sure you're doing the reviews. Make sure you're testing. You know, in marketing, metrics speak volume. So in marketing, they talk about qualitative and quantitative factors. So think about IT. So what are some of the things we can come out with? Think about those things you want to advertise. Is it the fact that you've avoided disasters? That's a good one. And if there's a data point that you can associate with that about the amount of data you would have lost or the amount of revenue you would have lost, create a newsletter. Create some kind of communication. Share this with your audience internally so they understand what you're doing. And look at cloud versus on-prem. We talked about cloud. I talked about them very, very separately. But you know what? Going forward, as you're looking at strategic opportunities, what does it look like for you to take workloads on-prem and move them to the cloud? Does it make sense? Can you have that discussion with the business? Can you create a better recovery scenario? What about a faster time to business as usual for certain applications, for certain platforms? Take this upon yourself and then share that with the business. Have dialogue, have discussion, because again, you've already built the relationship. And once you've done that, the business wants to continue to hear from you. So think about those things. Think about how you can help the business accelerate into new markets, accelerate revenue generation. And yes, we can do that in IT. But we do that by being the supporting function, by making sure the systems, the applications, the data, and the platforms are up and running. You know, I guess my final thought for you is to don't leave this training just with a notebook full of notes. Actually, take the next step. You know, so many of my customers, so many people that have gone through a training with me over the years have really enjoyed the training, and I hope you have as well. And I hope you got a lot of good information. But the biggest challenge is going back and executing on what you learned today. So my biggest piece of advice to you is actually take that next step. Too many companies I've worked with have come to me to learn about DR without really implementing it. And I believe in the very first couple of modules I talked about that. You know, I always ask the question, how many of you have a DR plan? How many of you have a data protection plan? And yes, the hands have gone up over the years. But I've been very, very surprised to see the number of hands not up in the air when I ask about DR. So please, 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 take this information and use it in your environment. I'm available to help you. You can reach me at david@thectegroup.net. Also, Actual Tech Media has follow-up education with a DR Megacast. And that's coming up at events.actualtechmedia.com. So be sure you follow that. Be sure you check that out. But seriously, please, please don't just leave with a notebook full of notes. If you need help, if you want some guidance, if you just need someone that can help kind of be the third party to drive everything, let me know. I am available to help you out. I have been doing this for a long time. I love what I do. Thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone's time today. My name is David Chapa, and I'm the founder and the senior analyst of the CTE Group.
Great presentation. The thing that came to mind as David was presenting was wisdom to me. So much wisdom being presented on today's event when it comes to disaster recovery and data protection. So thank you to David Chapa for putting together such an excellent presentation. Really appreciate that. We got a lot of great feedback from the audience as well, so I know everyone in the audience appreciated it as well. If you were not able to see everything, I know it was a lengthy presentation, no worries. You'll get an email in about 48 hours with a link to the full recording, and you can fast forward, you can rewind, and share it with your friends as well. So thank you everyone who joined us on the event. I do want to award the final gift card. That's an Amazon $100 gift card going to David Ward of Kentucky. Congratulations to David Ward of Kentucky. Before you go, I want to remind you to make sure that you follow us over on LinkedIn to learn about future events and enterprise technology innovations, especially around disaster recovery and data protection. Also, you can stay up to date with our podcast, the 10 on Tech podcast in iTunes, over in the iTunes store. If you are a potential sponsor of upcoming events, feel free to reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And if you didn't get enough education today, if you're interested in cloud, we will be back tomorrow, August 7th at noon Eastern with the Cloud Solutions EcoCast, where I'll welcome Igneous, Nutanix, and Unitrends. You can register for that at events.actualtechmedia.com. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and I hope you have a great day. See you next time.